I'm going to call the meeting of the City Council of City of San Clemente to order February 16th, 2021. Madam
And I
Clerk,
will take the
thank you. Take a
roll.
roll call.
Councilmember Duncan,
Here.
Councilmember Ferguson,
Here.
Councilmember Noblock,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem James,
Here.
and Mayor Ward.
Present. Before we do the Pledge of Allegiance, I believe Councilmember Noblock volunteered to do a prayer for us.
Invocation?
Thank you.
Sure. Okay, if everyone would bow their minds and their hearts to the Lord, and let's pray. Father in heaven, in the name of our Lord Jesus, I want to thank you for the people that you've appointed to serve this city. Thank you, Lord, for the blessings that you've given this city, the blessing of peace, tranquility, beauty, and prosperity. Lord, help us not to take these things for granted. We ask that you give us wisdom as we deliberate on the issues tonight. Father, let your will be done. We ask this in the name of our Lord Jesus. Amen.
Amen.
Thank you. Who would like to do the Pledge of Allegiance?
I'll do it.
Okay, Councilmember Duncan.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Would anyone like to make a motion to go into closed session?
So move.
Do we have public comment?
Madam Clerk, do we have any public
No,
comments?
we do not.
Thank you. So I have a motion by Councilmember Noblock,
Second.
second by Councilmember Duncan.
And Mayor Ward, before roll call, I'd like to recuse myself from 2 items tonight.
Go ahead.
The first is under closed session, section B, anthem sales and management. And section F in closed session, the conference with legal counsel. Thank you.
Okay. Madam Clerk, will you please take a roll call vote?
Councilmember Duncan,
Aye.
Councilmember Ferguson,
Aye.
Councilmember Noblock,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem James,
Aye.
and Mayor Ward.
Aye.
Carries 5-0.
Thank you.
Laura, you're right here. Did you bring milk?
Okay, so we are live now we've returned from closed session. We have one council member who does not have a mask on, and I'm going to ask you to put a mask on. And if you aren't going to, you have the option of going home, and we will wait for you to go home, and you can Zoom in to our meeting. But
Thank
we're
you,
not
Mayor
going
Ward.
to go forward with the council meeting without everyone having a mask on as we
Thank you.
chose to.
Well, I just wanted to note to the public that I have plastic around me and plexiglass around me, and we're physically distanced between tables among members. And I wore my mask in the room with the council members, and I'm not going to wear my mask right here because I have all the protocols in place around me. And there is no way that anybody can be harmed by me or likewise me harmed by anyone else. So,
Okay, so at this
that is the
point,
point.
I'm
Well,
going to
let
make
me
a
just
motion that
finish,
we
please. You're
adjourn this
interrupting me
meeting
again,
till
Miss
7
Ward.
o'clock.
Miss Ward, you are interrupting me. You constantly do that.
Laura,
But I'm
finish your
going to
statement.
say, please, you are violating policy and my First Amendment rights, frankly. So I'm going to say that I brought this item back to open up to the public so that we can start meeting in public again with these protocols in place. Not once in my item did I talk about wearing a mask or us wearing masks. Okay, that's optional with all these plastic and plexiglass that we have around us and more than 6 feet apart. So that was never discussed, never decided upon, and certainly would have made my decision today.
Okay, so noticing that you are finished with your statement, the council did go over this. I believe we did it in closed session, and then we also had it reported out by the city manager at our last council meeting that this would be done without the public, that we would be opening just amongst ourselves, and that we would be wearing a mask. It was advised that that would be the safest way to do it with the California JPIA, and we all did agree to that in closed session. So I'm going to adjourn this meeting and request that staff goes back to their offices. We'll go back to our homes and we will Zoom into the meeting, and I'm going to call it for 7 o'clock. I think that gives everyone enough time to log back in.
Could we make it for 7:15?
We can make it 7:15.
That's fine.
City Attorney, I believe that would be a recess, wouldn't it?
Recess. Thank you.
Yeah.
I
Yes,
shouldn't
but
say
point of order, Mayor Ward, that is not truthful. We did not decide when the motion was made and we supported opening up to the public.
Okay,
wear
I'm not
masks,
debating that
okay?
at this time.
You're
I've
not
made
being
a
truthful.
motion
No,
to
you're not being
recess.
truthful, and I'm pointing that out. Again, you're not being truthful. Okay?
Okay, I believe that I
If
am.
you feel
So
so
is there a
unsafe, you can
second
go
to that
home.
motion? I have a
Second.
motion to recess till 7:15, where we will take upon the meeting again.
Second.
Second by Mayor Pro Tem. Madam Clerk, can you take a roll call vote?
Yes. Councilmember Duncan,
Aye.
Councilmember Ferguson,
No.
Councilmember Noblock,
No.
Councilmember James.
Aye.
Councilmember Ward.
Aye.
That motion carries 3-2.
Okay, we're in recess until 7:15. Thank you, everyone.
Oh, City Attorney, before we go, that discussion on this mask matter,
Hi, Brian, it's Joanne. Can you hear me? Laura, can you hear me on the system?
I can't hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. You can't hear me right now?
Let me turn it up. Say it one more time. I can hear your voice from your office.
Oh, testing, 1, 2, 3, 4, testing.
Now I can hear you. It's still pretty light, but let me just turn up my volume. How do I sound? Okay.
You sound great.
Okay. I turned up my volume a bit. So yeah, now I can hear you. I'm gonna mute again.
Okay, I'm gonna go on mute then.
Hi. Oh, I placed it there. Let me double check. I'll pull up her calendar now. Yeah, it's in there starting at 5 o'clock. Why don't I just email it to her? Yep, bye.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
I hear you loud and clear.
Thank you. I'm gonna go on mute.
Say, Joanne, can you hear me?
Yes, Steve, hi.
Hi, Joanne, quick question. If there was a special, how do we schedule a time for a special meeting of the council? Do we have to select a date or do you select that? How's that work calendar wise?
If it's done at a council meeting, then you could just decide among yourselves when it's to be held.
Right.
And then you can adjourn to that, when it comes time for adjournment, just say, I'm adjourning to this date, time, and place for this purpose.
Mhm.
It's an easier process than a special meeting.
Right. And if it's not done at a regular meeting, you do that by email request or how's that work?
Yes, we do it by email.
And do you with a date recommended?
It could be either way. A majority of the council can call a special meeting or the mayor can. So
Mhm.
usually if the mayor does it, the mayor will give me at least 1 or 2 dates, and then I check on the availability of the council members.
Okay.
If I may, we're live right now feeding, so you may want to refrain from these conversations and offline. So this is going out on our audio, just as an FYI.
Okay. Thank you. Are we live now to the community?
We were live. The signal is live, so the audio is going out.
Okay, even though the mayor hasn't re-adjourned the meeting?
That's correct, and I'll ask Brian from IT to confirm. But
Okay, well, if people are listening, hello, San Clemente.
It's 7:15.
Gina, I agree. I'm only seeing you and I on this call so far, on the meeting.
Steve is
Can you
here.
see me?
Okay, hold on.
I think the city attorney was trying to get in as
I can
well.
see you and hear you, Kathy.
Yeah, I made it in, Joanne.
Oh, there you are. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. So it is 7:15 and I will call this meeting to order again from recess.
And I'll take the roll. Mayor Ward, are you ready for me to take the roll?
Yes, Madam Clerk, I was waiting. Go ahead.
Councilmember Duncan,
Here.
Councilmember Ferguson,
Here.
Councilmember Noblock,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem James,
Here.
and Mayor Ward.
Present.
So
And
everyone,
Madam Clerk, can you turn up your volume just a little bit?
yes.
Thank you. So I believe we are on item 1A.
Yes, this is the toll road update. And we do have one comment to read on this item.
All right, go ahead.
Okay. Laura, you want to read this?
Yes, the comment is from Susan Smith. I don't understand why Councilman James and Michelle Schumacher don't see the beauty of having TCA use its money to help cities fund the city's transportation projects. If a city or the county have dug through the couch and gotten what they can from OCTA in the state, but still don't have enough money, the toll road coffer should be fair game. Realize that the largest portion of the money they collect is tolls, and that a good chunk of that comes from people who don't even live in South OC. This means getting other people to pay for local needs that our residents will benefit from, on top of getting back some of the fees. Also, why do we care about ending DIFS in San Clemente when all our development is pretty much done? Give me something I can benefit from in my lifetime. Last I checked, our bank account is on fumes and our attorney is forcing us into continuing litigation, which if we win only benefits them by paying their contingent fees, but if we lose, could drive the city into bankruptcy. How about we turn the tables on TCA and leverage the millions they have instead of fighting about future pennies for development that won't happen? See the bigger picture, please. That's all I have for public comments.
Okay. Interim city manager, we don't have any toll road update other than that.
No, ma'am.
Okay.
Mayor Ward.
Yes.
Hi, I have a couple of comments about the toll road under the toll road update item. One, it's carryover from many months of me asking for the city's toll road information page on the city website to be updated. And I looked today and it still isn't done. And we're about a year behind on letters and articles. In fact, a couple years behind on letters, and on articles a year behind. And so much, as you know, has happened since March of 2020 to this date regarding the toll road and elimination of the devastating routes that were being considered as alternatives, and the LPPE. And so I would like to have a date certain by, and support by council to have a date certain by staff to have that updated for the public, you know, in the spirit of transparency and all.
Mayor, Councilmember Ferguson, I appreciate the concern with this, and staff is doing the best that we can. To your point, Councilmember Ferguson, with a date specific, I would say that the end of February, the beginning of March, we will have this completed. It's just been an issue of staff resources, specifically in the IT front, with regards to their dedication to the Zoom process and everything else. It's taken a lot of time up. So I can commit to the end of February to getting that completed.
Okay, perhaps too, you can delegate to one of the executive assistants. There's two in the city manager's office, senior admin assistant, executive assistant. Perhaps they can assist with that. I know it's pretty easy to upload on the website. I used to do that when I worked there. So that's just an idea I'd like to propose, but
Great
we're really getting
recommendation.
farther and further behind, in fact, years behind on letters, and so much has happened. And we've had some letters go out last year, as you know, to the OC Public Works and the representatives to the toll road, Mayor Ward and Mayor Pro Tem James authored a letter to the grand jury that Englander had wrote for the city. By the way, do you know how much that ended up being billed for? I didn't see that come in. Maybe it came under consultant contracts.
First and foremost, great recommendation. My executive assistant is working with IT on that. However, it requires some special handling because of the TCA knowledge that the executive assistant doesn't have. But so yes, it's being utilized. To your other question, I'd have to go back and do due diligence to find that out. And for the most part, that's memo that you're referring to is written in-house by staff.
Okay, and also secondly, there were 4 contracts that were approved by the majority of the former council to work on toll road, TCA matters. They're long-term contracts, annual contracts with the 1-year renewal included. I have not seen those contracts because as I stated at the meeting back on November 17th, the contracts were approved without coming to city council for those 4 consultants totaling $350,000. Do you have those available yet so we can see, the specific scope of services in terms of that agreement? Those agreements, there were 4 of them.
So first, to cover the basis, when you referred to the original contracts were led under city manager authority. And once that $25,000 ran out, staff brought those back to the city council, who then adopted the formal levels above $25,000. When the contracts are fully executed, I will provide copies to all the council. I don't know the status of them off the top of my hand, but if they are executed, council will get a copy of them.
Okay, it's been 3 months. I'm surprised. Is that normal to take 3 months to sign contracts?
I have staff dealing with the execution of the contracts, and so I can follow up with them to see where it's at.
Okay, that would be good to know so we can see what we're getting for our money. All right, thank you so much, Mr. Sund.
Madam Clerk, item B.
Mayor Ward. On
Yes.
on the toll road update, I think it'd be appropriate to discuss the toll road, the TCA's vision and what they briefed at the board meeting last Thursday. So if you'd like to, you can. If not, I certainly.
No, go ahead and update.
Yeah. So the TCA has come up with I guess what they're calling a new vision.
Mayor Pro Tem, you have gone.
There he is.
You're not present.
Can you hear me now?
Mayor Pro Tem, there's something with your audio. I can, but I think there's another device open. It's making your audio not sound right. Try again.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you. So
Yes.
The TCA is looking at, I guess, how to reinvent itself. They didn't use these words, but I will use it. Kind of a TCA 2.0. They're looking at different ways of getting involved in different communities and different projects involving mobility. One of the projects they're looking at is the Los Patronos Parkway extension. I won't get into that because that will be the subject of a public hearing in a little bit. But I was a little bit concerned, and I believe Mayor Ward was concerned as well as it related to, we found out suddenly on Thursday that the TCA would be involved in funding, and according to Supervisor Bartlett's office, funding and I believe they said expertise. So it's something to be a little concerned. It's something to be concerned about. I believe it's mission creep, and I believe we need to be very wary of it. So that's all I have. Mayor Ward, you may have something to add to what they discussed on Thursday.
I think I also felt a little appalled when I heard something about needing TCA's expertise on Los Patrones Parkway. I think that flies in the face of our cooperative agreement that we currently have with the county and Rancho Mission Viejo. How OCTA is operating. I don't know if it was just a misspoke because I believe the ranch and the county are building Los Patrones Parkway. That's our agreement. So we will be talking about that later. The comment that I made at the TCA meeting was that anything that TCA wants to look at financing has to have some nexus to the actual system, which would be the 241 in our case, that we all agreed that we would work on. They can't go and just fund projects in any other city just because they need it. It has to have a nexus to their system. That's why we got involved, all the cities, and it says that TCA is supposed to plan, operate, fund that system. And that's what the state gave us the right to do. So those were the comments that I made. But I agree with Mayor Pro Tem James that it was concerning to hear that possibly we were looking to TCA for expertise on Los Patrones. So I'll agree with you on that. So I have no other update other than that.
Mayor Ward, excuse me, this is Councilwoman Ferguson. The public says that the chats on the YouTube are turned off tonight. Could we get those turned on?
I'm sure staff would.
I'll speak to that. So with our new Zoom platform that we did our in-person meetings with, the chat was disabled. If the council wishes to direct staff to reinstate the chat, I would ask for the council to agendize that matter and give staff the direction.
Okay, we can talk about that at the end. Okay, so Madam Clerk, we're on item B.
The next item is the homeless issue city net update. We do have some comments on this. Laura, would you
Okay,
like to start?
Sure. First comment is from Kathy Eshafane. Stephen Riley's death on the steps of our senior center is but the latest manifestation of a much larger, long-running tragedy. The tragedy is that our city's official willful disregard for the needs of its homeless residents and our own personal refusal to see the humanity of those living on the street. Those of us fortunate enough to be housed in San Clemente must begin caring about those living among us who need housing. I live in the North Beach area of San Clemente, an area where homelessness is very visible. My neighborhood walks give me a daily reminder of our city's failure to address homelessness. I ask City Council tonight to commit to taking concrete steps which will provide real solutions to this crisis. The first thing the city should do is drop its eminent domain lawsuit aimed at preventing the Emergency Shelter Coalition from developing permanent supportive housing for the homeless and affordable housing for the working poor on the coalition's 10 acres of land along Pico Boulevard. This eminent domain action is an outrage. It shames our city. Other immediate actions the city should take to actually house the homeless now include securing vacant hotel rooms for long blocks of time, not just for rainy days here and there, so unsheltered people have a safe, warm place to be. The city should also provide safe parking areas with bathroom availability for families and individuals living in their cars. The city can open the community center for overnight sleeping, like Fullerton's and Santa Ana's temporary use of the National Guard armories within their boundaries. Longer term solutions include incentivizing local motels to convert to permanent housing for disabled unhoused residents. And of course, the city must adopt new, more effective policies and programs in its housing element update that will actually lead to the development of affordable housing for lower income residents. All of those actions are essential to addressing homelessness in San Clemente and they are a small recompense for the terrible tragedy of Stephen Riley's lonely death. Next comment is from Ryan Lenny. Hello, my name is Ryan Lenny, and although I don't live in San Clemente, I've worked and spent much of my time here. In this time of crisis, when many aspects of our lives are in turmoil, I am reminded of this situation of financially insecure and housing challenged people in our city. I believe that we can do much more to improve their situation and by extent our own. First, I'd like to speak to the importance of planning for ample amounts of affordable housing units in our housing element update. San Clemente is a beautiful city to be sure, but more importantly, San Clemente fosters a beautiful community of residents. I believe that the working class of San Clemente, the waiters, the teachers, and the thousands of other financially challenged longtime residents for whom San Clemente is home should be able to afford the cost of living here. By identifying land for affordable housing, setting reasonable goals to meet the growing need, and updating our inclusionary housing policy to provide more incentives for developers to build affordable housing, we can work to prevent further people from being forced out of our city or onto the streets. I would also like to voice my concern for the lack of support for people without homes in San Clemente during this crisis. As I said before, I believe San Clemente is not just a beautiful city because of our great views or stunning beaches. It's a beautiful city because of the community, and a community is only as good as how it treats the people worse off in it. A majority of the time, people without homes in San Clemente are longtime residents. I would like to see us ensure the safety of all of our residents in this time of crisis. For people without homes, this means providing alternative housing throughout hotels and motels to allow the isolation and social distancing that everyone is partaking in. Through Project Roomkey, cities can now be reimbursed for 100% of the cost of housing people without homes and alternative shelters. Providing their support will keep them safe, and by doing so, it will keep our community as a whole safe and healthy during these challenging times. Thank you for your time and your ongoing work to make San Clemente the best it can be. Next comment is from Cynthia O'Neill. No one should have to die alone on the streets in this city, like Stephen M. Riley just did. I implore you to take immediate action to provide shelter for those without housing. Here are options for you to consider taking at once. Secure vacant hotel rooms and make available for the unhoused as temporary shelter. Convert local hotels into permanent housing for disabled unhoused residents. Open the community center for overnight sleeping. Provide safe parking area with bathroom availability for individuals and families sleeping in their cars. Open a day center in downtown to connect people with services and case management. Develop policy to allow faith communities to develop housing, tiny homes, etc. on their properties for unhoused residents. Immediately begin negotiations with affordable housing providers and developers to ensure shelter and permanent housing for low-income and unhoused residents with disabilities. Immediately begin talks about emergency shelter for Beach Cities residents with stakeholders, including neighboring cities and County Supervisor Bartlett.
The next communication is from Elizabeth Hines. Let me just put on the timer for this one. Dear San Clemente City Council, after hearing about the death of Mr. Riley outside the steps of a senior center, I was deeply saddened that this event could happen in our beautiful beachside city. Although the death of Mr. Riley may not have been prevented, I think that we can all agree where he died could have been much improved. With some very easy and relatively inexpensive steps, we, City Council, property owners, and the people of San Clemente can make the lives of the unhoused better. We currently have funds earmarked for the unhoused, just languishing and not being spent. Incredible. With the pandemic greatly affecting travel, hotels are not fully booked. These vacant hotel rooms could be used for the unhoused as temporary shelter. This would give hotel owners income as well as benefit the unhoused. Better yet, we could convert underused local hotels into permanent housing for disabled unhoused residents. Again, a win-win situation for both hotel owner and our unhoused residents. Our community center has been vacant and not used for almost a year. We could and should open this area for overnight sleeping, especially in the cooler and rainy winter nights. Job loss due to the pandemic has caused individuals and families, a lot of times single parents with children, to live in their cars. This is a very difficult thing to do. I've slept in my car overnight, and I can tell you from personal experience, it's not comfortable, but it is a roof over your head. But where do you park that's safe? And where do you go to the bathroom? Especially with kids, it's tough. Let's provide a safe parking area with bathrooms available for those struggling to avoid ending up on the streets. I certainly agree food, hotel rooms, case management, and a transition to a stationary roof over their heads would be great too. But at least this is a place to start. I keep thinking about tiny homes for the unhoused. Can we start developing policies that allow local faith communities with available land to develop these homes for the unhoused? Can we immediately begin negotiations with affordable housing providers and developers to ensure shelter and permanent housing for low-income and unhoused residents with disabilities? According to the regional housing needs allocation, we in San Clemente are behind and need to start building more affordable housing now. Again, there are grants and incentives available for these kinds of housing providers. With a few inexpensive and creative changes, we can really affect the unhoused and low-income people's lives and benefit not only them, but hotel owners, property owners, and all the people of San Clemente. Let's be a part of the change that makes this charming beach city great for all of us. Elizabeth Hines, San Clemente resident. Okay, the next comment is from Denise Fleury and Rick DeBello to San Clemente City Council. Last week's death of a local homeless man, Stephen Riley, while sleeping outdoors in front of the senior center, again shines a bright light on San Clemente's reluctance to implement effective processes to protect the health and safety of the homeless in our city. We can do better and we must do better to help everyone in our community know they matter and provide options for obtaining safe, secure housing and/or shelter for those who are in need. The City Council should provide the leadership and the support to city staff for taking immediate action to provide effective solutions for safe shelter for those without housing shelter in our city. Use Project Room Key or other similar avenues to provide temporary shelter in vacant hotel rooms. This cost is now being subsidized by federal COVID and CARES funds at 100% and should be without cost to San Clemente. Provide a safe parking area with bathroom availability for the individuals and families already sleeping in their cars in our city. Open a daytime San Clemente continuum of care contact point to connect those in need with services and case management, including overnight shelter. Develop a policy to allow local faith communities to develop housing, tiny homes, etc. on their properties for those without shelter. Immediately begin active talks for a regional emergency shelter with neighboring cities and County Supervisor Bartlett. The issues of homelessness and housing insecurity for individuals and families have significantly worsened with the economic and health crisis we are facing as a nation and as a city. Unfortunately, they are not going away anytime soon. Those of us who are more fortunate need to step up and be a part of the solution. Respectfully, Denise Fleury and Rick DeBello, San Clemente. Next comment from Paula Cole, and she writes, "Good evening, my name is Paula Cole and I'm the chairperson of the San Clemente Human Affairs Committee. Homelessness has been and continues to be a critical issue in our city, and there are many nonprofit organizations and committees and subcommittees in our city and county and state whose mission is to eradicate homelessness. They don't always succeed. This situation should not happen to anyone, but it does. We have many options for housing the homeless. Every homeless person has experienced their own journey, and we need to take the time to understand that path. It's not pretty, but it's real. Let's remember that Stephen Riley went to high school here in San Clemente and shared our sidewalks, beaches, restaurants, and stores. He was one of us. Let's not let this happen again. May his memory be a blessing." Next comment is from Ann Farrell, and she writes, "What sad news to hear about the death of Stephen Riley on the street in front of the San Clemente Senior Center. He was a homeless man who had been a familiar sight there for several years. In a caring community, it is unacceptable that anyone should die in this way. We need to do more to help everyone in our city to have options for a safe and secure shelter. This is our obligation to the residents. I hope the City Council will take immediate action to provide shelter for those without housing. One simple option would be to open the community center for overnight sleeping. A second option would be to provide a safe parking area with bathroom facilities for those living in their cars. Opening a daycare center in downtown could connect people with services. We must start taking action to help our homeless. We must show we are a caring city and provide for those less fortunate among us. I strongly urge the City Council to act and provide shelter for the unhoused. Thank you. Sincerely, Ann Farrell, concerned citizen.
Next comment. Good evening, Mayor, Council, and staff. As many of you likely know, another houseless neighbor, a 71-year-old, a lifelong San Clemente resident, died on the sidewalk in front of the senior center this past month. Some of you may have heard stories about how this came to pass. No matter the details, know that the bottom line is that this gentleman could have and should have been provided with safe, secure housing years ago. And if he had, the end would not have been as it was. San Clemente has been talking about homelessness issues for years now. We know the problem and the solutions can be complex. I wonder if we can try to make at least part of it real simple. We have always had with us people who, for whatever reason, must live on very little to no income. We can tell them to move to where they can afford, even if they were born and raised here and have very low incomes through no fault of their own. We can tell them to pull themselves up by their bootstraps or hope that some kind of societal tough love will force them to make changes. We can worry incessantly that if we help them, we'll be inviting just anyone to come to our town, or we can endlessly toil about them living on our sidewalks and in our parking lots while making no meaningful changes. Or we can simply resolve that it is just not acceptable for people to live and die on our streets with no alternative. If we can at least be resolute in that, we can begin to look at real and expedient options. Please, can we at least resolve that no one who wants off the street should have to live on our streets? Can we please resolve that we will do all in our power to ensure that all our neighbors in San Clemente have safe, appropriate housing opportunities in South County? Only then, with that determination that not more than one person will die, one more person will die on our streets, will we see that we have plenty of options to solve this crisis. Thank you for the opportunity to communicate with you. Respectfully, Maura Michaelek. And the final comment under this item is from Reverend Kent Doss. Dear City Council, I recently learned of the death of Stephen Riley at San Clemente Senior Center. I'm so sad to hear that in this community of profound wealth, our senior neighbors are sleeping in the cold and dying on the streets. My name is Kent Doss. I'm the pastor at a South Orange County church. This story hits way too close to home for comfort. A few of the members of my congregation struggled to maintain a roof over their heads, and a handful of my church members are seniors who live in San Clemente. Stephen Riley was not a statistic or some stranger to be afraid of. He was a person with a family. He was a 71-year-old man sleeping on the cold, hard sidewalk. He was our neighbor. There has to be a better way of dealing with people experiencing homelessness here. Please consider some of the possible solutions for providing housing and services to those most in need. Allow local faith communities to develop housing on their properties, create a day center for the homelessness where services can be provided, utilize underperforming hotel and motel for temporary housing, require local developers to include meaningful amounts of affordable housing in new construction. I'm glad we are talking about this now. It is too late for Stephen Riley, but there are many, many more vulnerable people who could be saved through compassionate, research-based policy to address homelessness. Thank you for your time and your heartfelt consideration of this issue. And that's all for public comments.
Okay, Madam Clerk, the next item.
Mayor Ward, if I may just
Yes.
say a word. Yes,
Yes, go
just
ahead, Councilmember.
to comment on that, I certainly share many of the sentiments the comments that we heard. I'm heartbroken to hear about Stephen Riley, who I understand may have been in a first graduating class from San Clemente High School, certainly was a longtime resident. I do think it's a call to action. And that's why I'm happy that we have two topics on the agenda tonight that hopefully move us forward towards the goal that I think many of the commenters were looking to. We have the homeless coordinator position on the agenda and also the subcommittee on homelessness. So I think we can make some progress there with those. I'm glad that they are on the agenda. And I think in honor of Stephen Riley, we certainly should focus on those things and see if we can move the city forward and hopefully, finally address the homelessness issue in town. We're better than that. And I'm confident we will.
Mayor Ward, I have one question of the interim city manager.
Go ahead.
When CityNet does its contacts, among the data points, are they collecting that person's, for lack of a better word, address or home or point of origin? Do we know, and the reason why I ask this is, do we know how many are actually came out of San Clemente? I'm not even sure how you define that, but are we picking up any data points like this?
So yes, whether it's CityNet or Mercy House or any nonprofit working in the county of Orange, as part of the continuum of care, those individuals, individual there, and for the first time, if you will, they're required to do what's called a visa, which is basically an intake process that puts that person's information into the continuum of care data. Part of that, it goes over a number of questions in terms of, it goes over health records, it goes over your last point of residence, and a number of other things. And to that point, we have had previous briefings by CityNet where they have indicated predominantly the majority of our homeless are local homeless. That's not to say that we don't have some that, you know, come in and then pass through, but a lot of our homeless have ties to San Clemente. But I don't have the specific data to comment on that tonight, sir. I believe you're on mute.
Oh, thanks.
When is CityNet going to come back and brief us?
They'll be at unfortunately, we're unable to coordinate with them tonight. So they will be at our next council meeting to report on their homeless updates.
Thank you. That's all I have. Thank you.
Oh, good. Great question, Mayor Pro Tem James. I was curious myself. But since I have the mic, I just wanted to get more information from the interim city manager. Council, we weren't informed that you were going to turn off the chat tonight, and the public's really upset that they can't chat tonight regarding the meeting. Could you let us know why you made that decision without council? It's something we've always had since going to this platform, and Zoom and YouTube are exclusive of each other. So can we just turn them on, please, for the public?
Mayor Ferguson, I believe that with how we started our meeting, that was turned off because we were live at the community center. I believe that was the explanation that we got at the beginning.
I understand they can be turned back on. I mean, I've used YouTube and Zoom for a long time now. Interim city manager, could you let us know, please?
I did have an opportunity to brief with the majority of the council and communicate that this would be not functioning for this in-person meeting, and that we would not continue to do the comment box. The rest of our committees and commissions do not have a chat box. And so with that, again, I'll stand direction.
City manager, in terms of manager, I don't recall any conversation about that. I think if Brian is on the phone, I would encourage him to let the community chat. They will. So I'm in favor of it.
Okay, so we talked about it at the beginning, and I said that we can talk about that at the end during council comments if we want to change that for the future. But at this meeting, it was changed. So, you know,
I would recommend a simple instruction to our IT director if it's within his power to turn the chat on to do so. I don't think it's just not an unreasonable request, Madam.
And I was never informed of this. I don't know why. A simple email would have let me know, at least to have a heads up. But we need to vote on these things. This is the public, our constituents, and they want to be able to talk. We're silencing them in their chat. So it's important to have, and it should. I don't believe that our staff has authority to take that away from us without a vote at a city council meeting.
All right. Well, right now we're on a homeless update. That's where we are in the agenda. So let's move on. We can bring that up. You want to make a point of order?
Okay, well, my point of order is already.
You can bring that up. Once we get past these, we are trying to just get past the reports at first.
The people's voice matters to me, so thank you.
I understand that, but there's a point in the meeting where you can do that.
Okay, the next item is item C. That's a financial report for fiscal year 2021 through December 31, 2020.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Jake Ron, and I'm here to present the general fund report for fiscal year 2021 through the month of December. Just again, a reminder, the general fund, which we're reporting on, is the main operating fund of the city. A couple of highlights from the December report. The fiscal year 21 budgeted revenues are 68.9 million, and revenues are currently at 29.2 million, or at 42% of the total budget for the year. The percentage is in line with last year's percentage, which was at 42%, and the dollar amount is higher than last year by approximately 142,000. And that was last year was prior to any of the pandemic restrictions. The major revenue sources for the city, property taxes and sales tax, continue to not see any major impacts. That being said, as I noted previously, the extended pandemic restrictions continue to cause some revenues to be lower this year when compared to the prior year. These include permits and fees, service charges, which include recreation classes, and rental activities. These are revenues where services are provided directly to the public and fees are paid. There also continues to be weakness in the transient occupancy tax due to travel restrictions. However, this revenue is also seasonal in nature, and revenue impacts may be reduced during the summer months. So for expenditures, the fiscal year 2021 budget is 75.4 million, and expenditures are currently at 34.2 million, or at 42%. This percentage is just below last year's percentage, while the dollar amount is below the prior year cost of 1.8 million. Salary and benefits are generally are flat when compared to the previous year, and this is mostly due to the timing of payroll. The last payroll for the year occurred on December 31st this year. So that's why things are kind of a little flat. I would anticipate at the end of January, again, we'll show those salary and benefit savings that we have shown in previous months. Supplies costs are down when compared to the previous year. Contractual services, the savings are exceeding the increased public safety contract costs, and other cost decreases when compared to the prior year occurred in other charges and capital outlay. Departments where costs are lower when compared to the prior year include City General, Recreation, Marine Safety, and Public Works. So with that, I'll open up to any questions that you might have.
Council, does anyone have any questions?
I do, Mayor Ward.
Mayor Ferguson, go ahead. I'm sorry.
That's okay. Oh, does someone else like to go? Okay, I just wanted to ask Mr. Ron a question, and then the interim city manager. Mr. Ron, you indicate that the fiscal year 2021 budget maintains the emergency level of reserves. Are those still at 14 million, or are they higher or lower?
Yes, we have not dipped into emergency reserves. And again, that's 20% of the operating expenditures.
Okay, and is it the 14 million number?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much for the report. And interim city manager, we're coming upon our March meeting in a couple of weeks, and we need to have our mid-year budget review and adjustments meeting. So I know this is my third year on council, and we've never had one. We didn't have one in 19, we didn't have one in 20. We're supposed to every mid-year. So can you give us a meeting date certain for March that we'll be having that come to council?
So first, thank you for bringing that up, Councilmember Ferguson. We didn't have one last year because of the pandemic, but the year prior, we did have a mid-year. And we are planning, and I'll ask Jake, I know we are planning to come back to the council in March for mid-year. Jake, was it the first meeting or the second meeting in March that you were aiming towards?
We were aiming for the first meeting in March. We got all the information back from the different departments. We're just going through it and taking one more good look at it, and then we'll need to prepare an agenda report and get that back to council.
Perfect.
Okay, that's good. The first meeting in March. Well, please send that to me, Mr. Sun, from the 2019 mid-year budget adjustments. If you could please send that to me, that would be great. I don't remember us having that. That would be helpful.
Meeting and get that.
Thank you.
So
right,
Mayor Ward, I have a question for Jake.
Go ahead.
Jake, are we are we anticipating a robust TOT tax performance as we get into warm weather and maybe some of the COVID restrictions are lifted?
Honestly, I wouldn't comment on anything COVID related at this point. I would be hopeful, but again, we'll kind of see where things end up, and we're kind of a little bit at the discretion of the governor and other restrictions put in place. So I would hope that would come about as part of summer. But again, TOT is not a significant revenue source for the city. So any impacts, although they might seem large from a percentage standpoint, from a dollar perspective, it would be not as significant as property tax or sales tax.
Understand. City manager, in regards to, I don't know the answer to this, so I'm asking you. Are hotels and motels, are they operating at reduced capacity at this point, or are they allowed to be at full capacity?
So pursuant to the state guidelines, they're not necessarily reducing capacity, but what the state is saying is that it should not be for leisure travel. In terms of travel, should only be for business related. I can tell you that the hotels are operating, and we are getting TOT reported to us. In terms of whether or not they are following the guidelines, I couldn't speak to that level of specificity for them, but the only guideline that I'm hearing, or I recall from the state, is the fact that it's non-leisure travel.
Okay.
That's demanded.
You answered my question. Thank you, sir.
Welcome.
Okay, I don't see any other questions. Thank you, Jake.
Okay, next item on the agenda is.
Appreciate it. Go ahead.
Okay. Next item is a presentation by Jonathan Lightfoot, Economic Development Director or Officer, and Tom Marshall of the St. Clemente Historical Society concerning the inclusion of the North Beach Historic District on the National Register of Historic Places.
Good evening, Mayor Ward and council members. One quick correction. I actually have Larry Culbertson joining me, the president of our San Clemente Historical Society. Thank you, Larry, for joining us. And we're going to be reviewing a recent honor that the city has received. And I'm going to wait just 1 second while IT gets a presentation up on the screen to get going. And I believe you should be able to see that now. So we have been working towards a goal really since 2006 of recognizing some of our historic properties in the city. And so that came to fruition recently, as some of you may have learned through the SC Times or the OC Register, where the city of San Clemente was awarded our first historic district, the North Beach Historic District. If I could go to the next slide, please. So the purpose of pursuing historic preservation in the city generally, there's a few benefits that we see from that. The first, of course, is education, just that our local residents are aware of the history that surrounds them. Many of our residents will walk the beach trail regularly and cross paths with multiple historic properties, and efforts like this help to improve that awareness of our heritage. And so that's the second one too, is just the stories that surround these properties. And that's something that our San Clemente Historical Society does a great job of sharing. Economically, there's benefits as well. So tourism being the first, where we're able to increase regional awareness of North Beach as a unique destination. We see a lot of change coming to this area for the good, and some of that being just increased interest in North Beach now with this designation to support existing businesses and to bring full tenancy to North Beach. I was able to view a recent U.S. Chamber of Commerce report where they collaborated with the National Park Service. And I won't go into all of these details here, but really they highlighted that historic preservation has a lot of economic benefits for cities that invest in that element. One at the top here, that every 100 jobs in rehabilitation creates 186 jobs elsewhere in the economy, is particularly significant for us with an ongoing project at North Beach with the historic Miramar currently being rehabilitated. You'll see from some of these other examples that businesses really tend to prefer and thrive in those historic district areas. You can go to the next slide. The nomination process, as I mentioned, began really in 2006, which is when the city last conducted a full historic survey through the city. It focused on the San Clemente or the Spanish colonial revival properties associated with Ole Hansen and his era of development in the 1920s. The conclusion of that report had several recommendations, one of which is that the city pursue nomination of this North Beach Historic District. City staff was able to get a grant for that work in 2020, and we partnered with GPA Consulting to produce the nomination forms. Our district was successfully listed in December of 2020 by the National Park Service. And as I mentioned before, this is San Clemente's first historic district. Next slide, please. And on this next slide, we're pivoting a little bit, so anyone in the audience actually could take out their phone if they wanted to and scan that QR code that was briefly up. You can also go from the city's home website, our homepage on the city's website, and there'll be a link there as well. And we're going to be pulling up this new interactive site where anyone can find some additional information. And this is where I'm going to hand over the presentation to Larry Culbertson to talk us through some of this information that our residents can find through this interactive website. So Larry, if you can make sure that you're unmuted and go ahead and begin presenting.
Good evening, City Council. Thank you, Jonathan. I'd like to start by thanking the City Council and the planning staff for making North Beach Historic District become a reality. This is an important moment for historic preservation in San Clemente. So if we could go to the web page, the city staff has put together an amazing web page. Could you go down to the interactive aerial map? There we go. It starts out with an interactive aerial map. It's got numbered place marks that are in order of what can also be a nice walking tour. If you could click on number 1. There we go. Number one is where you might start your tour if you arrive by train or automobile. A click there will give you a brief overview of the district and how it ties into Ole Hansen's vision of a Spanish village. There is a link down at the bottom to the historic district nomination application for those who want more information. Site 2, if you could click on 2. There you go. Site 2 is the most important building in the district, the Ole Hansen Beach Club. With its massive main turret and so many other interesting architectural details, this was designed to let people know that they had arrived in the Spanish village. It is one of only 5 individually listed buildings in San Clemente on the National Register, and the only one in the historic district. The $5.6 million restoration completed in 2016 make this the gem of the district. Site 3, if you could click on 3, please. Site 3 is the Casino San Clemente. The enormous dome make this another truly iconic building of San Clemente. With a long history of providing high quality entertainment, the casino suffered much neglect until the Siddiqui family rescued it in 2009. Since then, Linda Siddiqui has lovingly rehabilitated the building. It's a successful event center with a very popular cafe. The beach club is the gem of the district, but the casino is truly the centerpiece. Site 4, if you could click there, please. Site 4 is the Miramar Theater. It's probably the most fondly remembered building in the district. Shuttered since 1992, many of the old timers recall first dates, great movies, and rock concerts back in the day. The building was almost razed in 2005, but fortunately, with help and encouragement from the city, a project is moving forward that will restore the Miramar to its former glory. It will be a premier event center, hopefully by the end of this year. Site 5, if you could click there, please. Site 5, the bowling alley, provided decades of healthy exercise and recreation for generations of San Clementans. The 6-lane alley could not compete with the big new super bowling alleys of the 1960s, and the building fell into neglect, deep neglect. It is now being reconstructed. It will be a food court with outdoor courtyard seating. And finally, Site 6, the Aquarium Cafe, now the Orange County Frescas, began as a one-of-a-kind cafe with a huge saltwater and freshwater aquaria around the perimeter of the dining area. The 2019 rehabilitation of the building corrected decades of alterations and neglect. When it reopens, it will be a popular place to rest at the end of your walking tour. So we are working with Mr. Perez and the planning department to add more to the website. But what they've produced so far, I think, is outstanding.
Thank you, Larry, and thank you, IT, for sharing that screen, and we can end our screen share now. So there's a bright future ahead for this North Beach Historic District, and I want to thank, of course, the San Clemente Historical Society for their partnership and the Planning Division, specifically Gabe, his hard work on that website. Please do take a look. There's more information on that website that shows before and after photos showing the historic and the current views of those. And we look forward again to continuing to work with the Miramar redevelopment and bringing life back to North Beach. Thank you, Council, for your time this evening.
Thank you.
Thank you, Larry. Thank you, Jonathan.
Mr. Lightfoot, can you remind the council who it is, the entity that is restoring the Miramar and the bowling alley at this time? Because they weren't mentioned too much. Jonathan, I think you're frozen.
Can you see me now?
Yeah, I can. Can you remind the council who it is that is restoring the Miramar?
I can. Yes, so we are working with Fortuitous Partners is the name of the group that is doing the restoration work. They also operate a food hall in Carlsbad that was a former historic building itself, the Anderson Pea Soup building in Carlsbad. So it's a model that they're familiar with, and they do have their grading permit. So that's the next stage of their work that they're working through.
Okay. I also want to thank Larry, if you're still there. Your camera's off too. Just thank the Historical Society for the work that they've done over the years. I know when I brought this to council to start the historic district, it was a unanimous vote of the council to do this. It was also the same council, I believe, that voted to restore the Ole Hansen Beach Club. And so it's been to bring back North Beach, but I think we're there. I can't believe the great job that our staff has done, though. Council voted for to pursue the historic district, but they took it and ran with it. And historic tourism events that will go on will definitely help economically, not just the North Beach area, but all of San Clemente, because it is proven that historic tourism, those type of tourists come in and they stay longer and they spend more money in the cities that they come to. So I think this is a great thing. So I just want to thank Jonathan and Gabriel. And I want to say it's Stephanie also that worked on this. Jonathan, I just want to give staff all the credit. Who was the other staff member that helped?
Jennifer Savage is our long range planner, and she really saw this to the finish line for the nomination process.
Great, thank you.
Yeah,
I was coming up with a blank on that. So definitely thanks for that. Go ahead, Steve.
Yeah, Madam Mayor, I just want to also thank the Historical Society for that wonderful photographic tour down memory lane. Unfortunately, it seems like we have historical amnesia because when we look at those old historical photos, I'm impressed and surprised with the large graphic prominent signs that were everywhere. And that would never have been approved in San Clemente today, but in those days they thought it was important. And it was very nice to see those signs. So thank you for showing those, Larry.
All right, thank you, Jonathan. Appreciate it. And Madam Clerk, what is our next item?
Yes, the next item on the agenda is a presentation by Jeffrey Taylor Sr., Senior Environmental Scientist, Supervisor with Cal Recycle, concerning California Senate Bill 1383 and recently adopted organic waste reduction regulations and its impacts to waste collection services and city operations.
Good evening, Mayor Ward and Council. Thank you for having me. This is going to be a quick presentation, but it provides a very high-level overview of the requirements for compliance for SB 1383. IT should be bringing up there we go. Next slide. So why is 1383 important? Organic waste comprises 2/3 of California's waste stream, and food waste alone is the largest waste stream in California at roughly 18% of disposal. SB 1383 requires California to recover 20% of currently disposed edible food to provide to food insecure families. Next slide. SB 1383 passed in 2016 as part of California's larger strategy to combat climate change. The law was designed to reduce global warming super pollutants like methane, which is up to 84 times more potent than carbon dioxide. Landfill is one of the largest producers of methane in the state. As we know, when organic material breaks down in the landfill, methane is generated. So we need to move away from landfilling organic waste like food, paper, and yard waste. Next slide. SB 1383 is a statewide target that requires California to reduce organic waste disposal by 75% by 2025 and increase edible food recovery by 20% by 2025. Organic waste includes food waste, paper, cardboard, green waste, organic textiles and carpets, lumber, wood, biosolids, digestate, manure, and sludges. While the regulations take effect in 2022, jurisdictions have to plan now so they can be in compliance by January 1st, 2022. Next slide. SB 1383 goes into effect and becomes enforceable on January 1st, 2022. This means that starting January 1st, 2022, jurisdictions must have their programs in place and CalRecycle can begin enforcement actions on jurisdictions and other entities. Next slide. This slide provides a brief overview of the program requirements that jurisdictions will be required to adequately staff and resource. We will cover briefly some of these requirements in the next few slides. Jurisdictions will be required to provide organic waste collection services to all jurisdictions and businesses. The City of San Clemente currently has a program in place to collect organics from residents and businesses. Jurisdictions can issue 3 types of waivers to generators: a de minimis waiver, physical space waiver, and collection frequency. Jurisdictions must conduct annual education and outreach to all generators. Jurisdictions must monitor compliance and conduct enforcement. Monitoring and education begins in 2022. Jurisdictions must do an annual compliance review of commercial businesses to make sure that they have service. Each jurisdiction is required to report to the department annually on its implementation and compliance with requirements of 1383. Requirements include adopting an ordinance or enforceable mechanism consistent with the regulatory requirements prior to 2022. The City of San Clemente has these mechanisms in place already. Next slide. SB 1383 extends beyond directing waste management and recycling operations and staff. Every department within city government will be affected and have a role to play in complying with SB 1383. Next slide. Jurisdictions are responsible to implement edible food recovery programs targeting 2 different tiers of generators. For example, Tier 1 includes grocery stores. Tier 2 includes restaurants and large venues and events. Next slide. By January 1st, 2022, jurisdictions are required to have an enforcement mechanism or ordinance in place. Next slide. CalRecycle will begin compliance evaluations in 2022 with jurisdictions to address compliance issues first. Then if issues are not addressed, CalRecycle has the discretion to initiate the enforcement process. Next slide. CalRecycle developed 4 model tools to assist jurisdictions with setting up their SB 1383 program: a model franchise agreement, model mandatory organic disposal reduction ordinance, model organic waste product procurement policy for compost, mulch, renewable gas, electricity from biomass, and recycled content paper. and Model Edible Food Recovery Agreement. Next slide. The regulations were approved by Office of Administrative Law on November 3rd, 2020. Now, if you'd like to open up the questions, I have my branch chief, Kara Morgan, on also. Also, too, I want you guys to, if you have any questions or anything, you have a local assistance contact named Mallory Burton, who works with one of your staff named Dana McIntosh, and you can get in contact with her or myself anytime. Thank you for your time.
So I would have a quick question. You know, we voted this in quite a while ago, another council, to do this program. We knew that it was required. There has been some issues, though, in the last couple of years. Our waste hauler changed what we were able to put in the recycle bin, and I don't know if it's because of this Senate bill, but I can tell you that this city has a lot of palm fronds because we have a lot of palm trees, and we were used to be able to put those in our green waste, and then all of a sudden they don't want them anymore. And I believe they just want these organics. So can you just clarify that? Because I think a lot of people in our city are kind of wondering about that, why that happened.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. You know, I think we would need to follow up on the specifics. There have been some cities that have had challenges just with their processing technology to deal with palm fronds because they're really tough on equipment. So I'm guessing that was part of the problem. This regulation is going to require, you know, the cities and the haulers to explore, you know, new approaches to all organic waste, including palm fronds. We know that there's one company over in the Riverside area that's starting to get into this. And I think what's going to happen is as we have to deal with certain waste streams that are more challenging, I think we're going to see innovation come into the space. And we're already seeing that. Edible food is a great example. You know, there's a tremendous amount of innovation that, you know, Orange County is a leader in the area of edible food and planning for programs. And we're seeing a lot of innovation. So I think we'll see more of that. But my team will follow up in particular on the palm fronds and explore that a bit more. Thanks, Mayor.
Okay, I appreciate it. It's just, it gets confusing. I knew that we were going to have to change over to this. And I know if I'm hearing it from my neighbors, I know the rest of the city is also wondering what we're supposed to do. It is a challenge with the food, you know, to do this. And I know a lot of people were trying to do it. So I would just ask one last question. Are we able to use paper bags for the food that you want in the compost? I think I'm asking that of Kara.
Yeah, that is more of a question for your hauler and the processing technology. So depending upon where their material goes, it might be possible, but I'd have to defer to city staff and to the hauler for the specifics on that.
Okay.
Communities are doing it different ways.
Okay, so one thing I heard was that the cities are going to be responsible. And then I heard that that Cal Recycle is going to be conducting to see if we're doing it right and enforcement. So which one is it? Is it the city that's going to be enforcing it, or is it Cal Recycle?
So actually it's both. The cities are responsible for implementing the programmatic requirements. One of those requirements is starting in 2024 is inspecting and, if necessary, enforcing on generators. But really, I say that only if it's necessary. We really believe that with good education up front and by providing these programs, you know, folks are going to want to participate and try to participate. Cal Recycle's responsibility is obviously to review jurisdictions' compliance with the regulatory requirements, as we have had that relationship for many years. So that's the model that's going to continue. Cal Recycle will also oversee enforcement over schools and school districts, other state agencies, and federal facilities. So that will be our responsibility. And primarily that's because jurisdictions don't have enforcement authority over some of those entities. You will have a responsibility though to implement programs. And if those entities want to subscribe to the city's collection services, that's that nexus and connection there.
Okay, and
Mayor
I'm
Ward,
seeing,
question?
real quick, Cynthia Mallett, I'm seeing you on the call. So I'm sure that those programs are going to be going through the city, and we'll be educating and reminding our residents and our restaurants of that.
Honorable Mayor and City Council members, yes, we already are working with CR&R, our franchise trash hauler, to reach out to businesses for organics diversion and general recycling, but we do have more work to do in that arena, in that we need to get more businesses enrolled into these diversion programs. And yes, you can put food, soil, paper in your green waste carts. It will go to the anaerobic digester that CR&R has for us to process that material. And the palm fronds is challenging because it clogs the machines. They're so stringy, and hopefully, like Kara had mentioned, that there will be some innovation in there on how to handle palm fronds, but it is a popular plant in our city. Yes.
I appreciate that. Mr. Knobloch.
Yeah, quick question, Madam Mayor, for Jeff. Jeff, in your slide, when you were talking about the implementation slide, you have franchise agreements as part of the tools. Who's the franchisor? Who's the franchisee? And what are we franchising?
You're franchising your services to be in compliance with SB 1383. You're the franchisee, and your hauler is your hauler is the franchisee, and you're the franchise.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
No, it's okay. Thank you.
Okay, I appreciate it. The only reason I ask, and Cynthia, I will tell you this, a lot of us bought those bags that were biodegradable to put food in, and those bags degrade very fast. They don't last long in a cabinet at the beach, just to mention that to you. So I think letting people use paper might be a little better on that.
Yes, that is an option. And yes, the biodegradable bags are good, but like you say, unless you put it in your freezer, that's another option. You can put the bag in your freezer, and it should handle for a little while until you're ready to put it into your green waste cart.
No, I appreciate that. So hopefully people will hear that, because it's a little frustrating when you go to the cupboard and they all degraded. So I appreciate that. Mr. Taylor and Ms. Morgan, thank you very much for your presentation. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor. All right, Madam Clerk, what is the next item?
Yes, the next item is oral communications, and we do have some comments to read.
Okay.
Okay. The first comment is from Jonathan Hawes. Good evening. My name is Jonathan Hawes. I served as El Monte City Clerk from 2013 to 2018. Since 2015, I have been a whistleblower on Andre Quintero and Team El Monte's embezzlement of $10 million from the El Monte Promise Foundation Scholarship Fund. I have interviewed dozens of El Monte residents who have privately confirmed that Promise funds were used for fraudulent trips to Vietnam and Haiti. A bogus consultant privately confirmed that Promise funds were used for fraudulent trips to Vietnam and Haiti. A bogus consultant in Salt Lake City, house repairs, and other criminal activities. I have myself been interviewed by the FBI about 24 times. Documents providing the embezzlement have been submitted to the FBI and the District Attorney's Office and are now available to the public online. And he lists the web address. I am asking the San Clemente City Council to call out these crimes and protect the vulnerable residents of one of the poorest cities in Southern California. El Monte children who should have been provided with college scholarships were robbed. Andre Quintero and Team El Monte members must go to prison. If you have any questions, please call or text me, and he lists his phone number. Thank you. The next communication is from Christy, no last name provided. My dog was attacked in our backyard October 29th last year and died on the 31st. He underwent major surgery. He made it through surgery, but 36 hours later died of septic shock. Our vet bill was $9,500, but I would have done it again just to save him. We have a small backyard that has a 6-foot fence around it and have lived in our house since 1995. We've had our dogs going in and out in our backyard for the last 16 years. We have never had any incidents prior to this or have seen the coyotes be this aggressive in all the years we've lived in San Clemente. We live on a very visible corner with houses across to the side and behind in the middle of the community in Highland Light. Our backyard does not even back up to a canyon or big hillside. A coyote also jumped into my neighbor's backyard directly next door to me and attacked her dog. He underwent surgery and thankfully pulled through. Thank you. Next is an anonymous comment. I reside in Mirador, a small neighborhood in Chilega. We have undeveloped land, small canyon behind homes, and that is where a large pack of coyotes reside. Coyotes roam down the middle of our street day and night. I have taken my dog out and have had 3 coyotes in my driveway. On January 3rd, I was walking my dog at 9:30 a.m. As we approached the small children's park, I saw a large coyote by the slide with something black and rather large in its mouth. I pushed my air horn and the coyote did not move. I pressed another time and the coyote walked about 5 feet and put the dead animal it was carrying down on the ground. I pressed the horn again and it picked up the dead animal and proceeded to walk only a few more feet away. By the 5th loud air horn, he finally moved onto a street in the development. My biggest fear is that a child may run ahead of their parents to the park and encounter a large coyote or a pack of them, and something tragic could happen. I have called animal control as well as our HOA. No one seems to have much concern, and I am told there is really nothing they can do. I feel that it is the HOA, animal control, and the town's responsibility to work with the residents because this has really gotten out of control. Many animals have been taken or have been killed right in front of their owners in their own backyard. We do not feel safe. This is beyond the realm of letting coyotes run free in the open area. It is now taking away our freedom and safety in our neighborhoods. Something has to be done. Next, this one is also anonymous. On Sunday, January 31st at 10:30 a.m. in the morning, our 22-pound cat was sunning himself on our patio, not even 10 feet from where I sat in our den. All doors were wide open and we were in and out of our backyard all morning. Our cat was not even outside for more than 5 minutes when a coyote jumped our 6-foot fence and grabbed him and ran off. I can't tell you how devastating and scary this was to us. The next afternoon, my husband was walking the reserve trail in the middle of the day when a large coyote walked right out in front of him and stood there and watched him. My husband yelled and screamed at him. The coyote did not budge. We are new to the area and had no idea of this coyote problem. But now, since these 2 events happened to us, I have read and been told about so many others of these same kind of brazen, in the middle of the day, coyote attacks. I am quite curious as to why this problem has not been addressed and dealt with. At the end of our street, when this coyote ran to with our cat, there is a park that kids and dogs play at. I am now concerned for their safety as well as mine. I do not feel safe to jog along these trails anymore, as well as walk my neighborhood alone. I hope we can come up with some sort of solution to keep our pets and community safe. Thank you for your time. Next comment is from Gerald Mursky. My parents moved to San Clemente in 1985 on Presidio. I moved here in 2010, having lived in Huntington Beach and Anaheim Hills. There's always been coyote activity in San Clemente. I even saw a lynx with a cat in its mouth walking up to my parents' slope. So wildlife in San Clemente is not new. However, of late, during last year, there was a clear, significant increase in the number of coyote incidences posted on Nextdoor. Worse, the coyotes have been spotted in packs of 5 or 6. I'm no wild animal expert, but I only thought wolves worked in packs. I always thought coyotes were loners. This combination of what is clearly a large increase in coyote population, as evidenced by the increased number of incidents, along with them gathering in packs, needs to be addressed for the safety of the community. I understand state law considers coyotes vermin, and there is an agency, if not animal control, that deals with this issue that can trap and remove coyotes. I strongly recommend that the City Council of San Clemente get in touch with the appropriate agency to have the coyote problem addressed before someone gets hurt. I especially am concerned for the little children of San Clemente innocently playing in their yards. As it is, I'm forced to accompany my dog in my own backyard when it has to go. For 10 of the 11 years I lived here, I was able to let my dog out in the backyard on its own. I wouldn't dare do that now, and I have a 6-foot glass fence that encloses my yard that I even snake-proofed. Hopefully, prudence will prevail before someone, including a child, is harmed over this issue.
Next comment is from Gail Huber. The population of coyotes in my area, the coast, Forster Ranch, is completely out of control. I hear of pet killings almost every day. I see them roaming the streets day and night. Please do something about this. Next comment is from Melanie Hertig. We expect to have some wildlife in San Clemente. However, when the posts on community social media almost on a daily basis describe the sheer number of coyote encounters we know that there is an imbalance between nature and our residential community. We understand that it's not wise to let a cat out of the house or walk a dog early in the morning or late in the evening. However, when homeowners have coyotes jump over fences in their own backyards, attacking and or killing pets, something has to be done. The coyotes have become less fearful of humans, have been observed to stalk, and are terrorizing our neighborhoods. What is the leadership in San Clemente waiting for? An attack on a child is surely next. July 2015, 4 children, including a 2-year-old, were attacked in Irvine, according to the Orange County Register. November 2018, a 3-year-old was attacked in Placentia, according to the ABC News. July 2013, a 2-year-old was attacked and dragged by a coyote in Cyprus, according to NBC News. April 2020, a 5-year-old was attacked in the San Francisco area, according to the San Francisco Bee. You get the point. Coyotes have been reported to enter into homes and attack family pets. This has happened in Buena Park and San Dimas, according to local news. Could this happen to a child in their own home? You can't say it's not possible, according to the behavior and type of activity that we have been seeing. We are asking you, City Council, not wait for a mass petition to come your way, but to act now. We're asking for an abatement plan to be developed, such as the plans that have been developed in the San Gabriel Valley area. It's horrible the number of family pets that have been lost, but we do not want a child in this community to be the next victim. Thank you for your consideration. Next comment is from Cord Bauer. The $49 million hole. During the last meeting, Mayor Pro Tem Gene James asked his fellow council members to consider changing how we negotiate our employee contracts because both sides of the bargaining table are represented by CalPERS members. The taxpayers are represented by the city manager, a CalPERS member. On the other side of the table are union negotiators. Councilman James brought this up because the city has $49 million in unfunded pension liabilities. While unemployment has spiked and our local shops are going out of business, this unfunded liability only grows. Last year, we were told by our interim city manager that the city budget was under control. It turns out that it wasn't, and our revenue slipped. I've heard the same words this year about our budget and about how management can cut corners without cutting jobs or services. But based on the results I've seen year after year, I simply don't believe it. Expenses have outstripped revenues by $6 million for each of the last 3 years. The main question we need to ask, who is looking out for the taxpayer? Is it our city manager, a CalPERS member who lives in another town? Is it our part-time city council? I think the residents of San Clemente can see there are serious ongoing problems. During the last election, over 90% of the town's registered voters went to the polls. Is this patriotism on display or a sign that San Clemente residents are worried about their government? Finally, although it might seem like I'm pointing fingers at city employees, they are not the enemy. There are ingrained rules and management structures that need to be fixed, and I hope this council can work together to make it happen. The obvious first steps are zero-based budgeting and addressing our unfunded pension head on. Next comment is anonymous, and it reads, the coyote problem is getting out of control. We have 2 dogs, and whether I'm walking them early in the morning, midday, or evening, it's scary. The coyotes are aggressive and mean. Not only will they attack my dogs, they are not afraid of humans. I have been in multiple situations where they are standing on the grass staring at me without any fear. I've started to bring my own protection in case one attacks. Yes, I understand it's wildlife and we are on their land. However, this is becoming dangerous to humans and animals. I also have 2 nieces that I am petrified to take out to play at the park grass areas because the coyotes are not afraid. This needs to be taken care of and quickly. Coyotes aren't anywhere near extinct, so getting rid of them can reduce the problems.
The next comment is it's just addressed as parent. We live on Trafalgar Canyon and the coyotes are more aggressive and bold than I've seen here or when living in parts of Los Angeles where they were a danger and had to be trapped or killed. Bad things will happen soon if the city does not cull and control the population of adult coyotes who have learned not to fear humans. Their pups will learn the wrong behaviors and more human interactions will occur, inevitably leading to something terrible. Please be leaders and take action before that news story comes to our town. Only fools would wait much longer. Next is from Nancy and Matthew Egan. We have lived in the same home in San Clemente for 22 years. In that time, we have had 2 dogs killed by coyotes right in our backyard. The first was killed in 2012. The second was killed in 2017. Our neighbor 2 houses from ours had their dog attacked in their yard. $3,500 in vet bills, and the dog is recovering. On our short street of only 14 homes, 7 dogs and 2 cats have been killed. I stopped walking my dogs at night. It got to be a whack-a-mole of coyotes popping out of the hedges, bushes, or boldly strolling down the street. I carried a flashlight taser that I had to use too often to scare off the coyotes. Now we only walk the dog during the day, but still have to keep an eye out for coyotes. We never leave our dog unattended in the yard, and I have my taser with me when we are in the yard. The crack of the taser scares them off. I have no intention to actually try to tase a coyote. I have seen coyotes go from a standstill to a full run, and they are extremely fast. You would not want them running towards you. We hear the pack of coyotes at night howling, probably sharing a kill. I have seen as many as 3 coyotes together. Our neighbors have reported as many as 5 together. Their howls are mostly from the water tower above Calle Guadalajara and Calle Frontera. Sometimes they are down on the Short Cliffs Golf Course. The frequency of sightings and attacks are increasing, as is the boldness of the coyotes. A humane solution is needed to bring balance. Thank you. Next is from Warren the Dream. Dear Council, in spite of some recent misleading comments, San Clemente has long recognized the property at 654 Las Meras as having special community status for hospital use. The pre-centennial San Clemente General Plan specifically called out San Clemente Hospital as a significant community asset and reflected this in its zoning. Memorial Care knew this when it bought the hospital, and Memorial Care promised to honor this status in their public statements at the time. In my opinion, it is not proper for Memorial Care to ignore the status or their promises and assert that the property carries no special status. We have a new council, and it is crucial that the property's heritage be remembered going forward.
Madam Clerk, was that the last comment?
She reading the letter?
Oh, Laura, you're on.
I'm sorry about that. We've got a couple more comments. Margaret Zebak. I would urge City Council to lead us in a solution to eradicate, relocate, or control the unacceptable burgeoning coyote population in San Clemente. In the past 25 years, I've seen it worsen from the lone prowling animal to the screaming hunting pack. Daylight forays, stalking, stakeouts, and nighttime attacks are now commonplace, resulting in frequent offenses on our household pets. They come to stand menacingly on my wall, roam the street, and regularly use my garden slope as a thoroughfare. My small dog, Pepper, was viciously attacked and killed in my backyard. She was my sweet companion, and I miss her dreadfully. Needless to say, I'm not brave enough to seek another pet, which could only bring another heartbreak. I find myself too reluctant to go outside in the neighborhood unaccompanied at night. I must mention the other danger that exists, one of attacks on small children. While living in Lake Arrowhead, my neighbor was playing with her toddler baby in the front yard when a coyote leapt in and mauled the child. Fortunately, she survived, but it was a terrible experience and one that could easily happen here. It isn't enough for people to carry air horns and whistles for protection. A coyote is fast, aggressive, and powerful when attacking. We need a solution to quell the nerves of residents who feel unsafe and stop San Clemente's reputation as being an undesirable coyote refuge. I beg you to address this issue. Respectfully submitted. Next comment is from Donna Vidrine. We are holding a vigil tonight at 6 p.m. for Stephen Riley, who died while sleeping on the sidewalk outside the senior center. Attendees will be wearing masks and socially distancing. I ask that the City Council have a moment of silence during the council meeting to recognize the suffering experienced by those without housing in San Clemente. Stephen Riley, a San Clemente resident, homeless, died on the sidewalk near the senior center late January. Stephen graduated from San Clemente High School, first graduating class. Steve has been homeless in San Clemente. He grew up with his family here. His dad owned the Alpha Beta grocery store and was the butcher for President Nixon. Steve ran a landscaping company in San Clemente for years. He had Social Security benefits, but was unable to access housing, so his final days and nights were spent sleeping in the elements on the sidewalk covered with blankets and a tarp for protection from the cold weather. He was found dead by a local business owner in front of the senior center on the morning of January 28th. I respectfully request the City Council immediately provide assistance to those requesting but not yet eligible for housing or awaiting placement. Open a room at the community center for overnight sleeping with bathrooms. This should be supervised and properly cleaned each morning after use. There are churches, volunteers, and service providers ready to staff and assist as requested. Secure hotel rooms in San Clemente to be available as needed for those sleeping on the sidewalks and public spaces. Provide toilets and hand washing stations so those without housing have access instead of using bushes and corners in the alleys. I respectfully request San Clemente City Council take immediate action to give San Clemente homeless an opportunity to be in a safe situation while more permanent housing becomes available. Meanwhile, you can't leave people dying on the streets while waiting. Take action now. The churches, community leaders, and residents will support you. Sincerely, Donna Vidrine, San Clemente resident and business owner. Next comment is from Cheryl Lundstrom. I would like to request the following post from Nextdoor with the permission of their author, Arlen Brumlick. She is too devastated by the following events to post on her own, as the experience was very traumatic for her and she's still trying to recover from the incidents. December 6th, coyote attack, December 6, 2020, coyote attack, coyote attack, coyote attack. My dog and I were attacked by a large coyote this morning in my fenced yard around 7 a.m. I have seen this coyote on our street before and it's aggressive and not frightened at all of people. It growled and tried to go after me when I ran out. We were lucky as my big dog went after it and forced to let go of my little dog's paw. She is at the vet now and may have to have toes amputated. Please be very careful with your small dogs. December 7th, 2020. Coyote attack update. Amiga is home, although minus a few toes. The vet tells me she will be fine in a few weeks. I received some wonderful advice from animal control and the sheriff's department, who both came out yesterday. This particular coyote has no fear and has attacked and killed in yards before. I also understand she was threatened residents who are walking their animals. Animal control is not allowed to trap coyotes by law. They have promised me to report the incident, one of many, to the Fish and Game Department, who have the authority to trap and relocate. I have ordered an air horn and have a baseball bat and shovel now sitting on my patio, so I'm armed. I want to thank all my wonderful neighbors in the coast for their kindness. You helped a 74-year-old through a very stressful day. February 3rd, 2021, coyote attack. A pack of 5 coyotes just jumped my rear 6-foot fence and killed one of my dogs, Amiga, at 6:30 a.m. They have attacked before and came back. Please be careful and on alert. Later that day, February 3rd, 2021, coyotes came back. Warning, warning, coyotes came back 5 minutes ago. They are still hunting behind houses on Cali Juarez. Please, please take your pets in. I, Cheryl Lundstrom, implore the City Council to review the procedures that are currently in place regarding the coyotes that are attacking our people and their pets. Other posts suggest they have established dens on the golf course on private property and on HOA property. These dangerous animals should not be allowed to have homes within the city limits. Also, I request that there be an inquiry as to why nothing was done after the initial attack to prevent the ultimate killing of this dear pet. Unfortunately, in this case, whatever procedures are in place were not adequate to avoid catastrophe. I ask the City Council to devise a plan to deal with the escalating aggressiveness of the coyotes within our city. Thank you. And our final comment for oral communications is from Camille Wyatt. Assistant City Manager Eric Sund was wrong tonight when he responded to Councilmember Ferguson's question about why the YouTube public comments chat was turned off for the council meeting. One click of a button by the IT department turns the comments back on. It absolutely has nothing to do with the Zoom format or where the city council meetings are now located. As Mr. Sund stated, that is a lie. He knows it. The city of San Clemente controls the chat on their own YouTube channel and has always had the comments turned on until this meeting, that is. Whatever format and platform the city decides to stream their council meetings has nothing to do with the actual YouTube channel. All Mr. Sund has to do is tell IT to turn the comments back on like they always have been. Furthermore, the council does not need to agendize this item if they want the comments turned back on, as Mr. Sund stated. The council did not vote to turn off the comments, therefore, they do not need to vote to turn the comments back on. Once again, Eric Sund has overreached and overstepped. He has made a decision which is prohibiting the public's freedom of speech. Once again, he has unilaterally made a decision that harms the public interest and helps his own agenda. When will this behavior ever stop? City council members, I implore you right now to direct Mr. Sund to instruct the IT department to turn on the comments for all city council meetings going forward, just like they always have been. No vote or agendized item is necessary. After all, Mr. Sund works for you and you all work for us, the residents of San Clemente. Let's try and remember that. Thank you very much, Camille Wyatt. And that is it for oral communications.
Okay, so council, I will entertain a motion waiving reading in full of all resolution and ordinances.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Councilmember Duncan, second by Mayor Pro Tem James.
Okay. Councilmember Duncan,
Aye.
Councilmember Ferguson,
Aye.
Councilmember Noblock,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem James,
Aye.
and Mayor Ward.
Aye.
That carries 5-0. Next item is closed session report, city attorney.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor and Council. The city council took no reportable action in closed session. Councilmember Ferguson recused herself from participating on item B1, Anthem Sales and Management versus San Clemente, and item F. The council acted to add a late breaking discussion to closed session on a 4/5 vote. That discussion was conferenced with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 4956.9 D2, number of potential cases 1. That was to discuss risks that gave rise to the potential to litigation. We don't know whether those risks were apparent to potential claimants, and so they won't be announced at this point. Councilmember Ferguson also did not participate in that late breaking item that was added to the agenda. That's the report for tonight.
Okay, City Attorney, I have a
Mr.
question
Smith?
for you. Several members of the public had asked if I could ask you to explain why you felt it was legal to go into closed session on a non-agendized item to discuss masks.
I think Mr. Smith just explained it. Would you like to explain it again, Mr. Smith?
Please, for the public, thank you.
Yeah, Mayor and Council, that closed session was added and held pursuant to a section that allows me to consult with my client, the City Council, in closed session to talk about the risks of litigation. We don't have to disclose those risks and unless they're known to potential claimants. And that's all I'd like to say about that right now. There's no obligation to disclose to a potential claimant how they file a claim against the city. And that's how that closed session exception is invoked.
Okay, I'll accept that, but there is no law in place. So pretty unusual that you could go in to discuss potential litigation when there was no law broken and no law in place by our city. But anyway, but I'll accept that. Thank you very much, Mr. Smith.
Okay, so we now have the consent calendar. Is there any, Madam Clerk, would you like to read that?
Yes, all items listed on the consent calendar are considered to be routine and will be enacted by one motion without discussion, unless council staff or the public requests removal of an item for separate discussion and action, and the public has requested the removal of items 6A1 and 6B2.
Is there any city council who would like to pull an item? I'm not seeing any council. Is there any council that would like to move the balance of the consent calendar?
So moved.
Second.
I believe that was Mayor Pro Tem James and a second by Councilmember Noblock.
Councilmember Duncan,
Aye.
Councilmember Ferguson,
Aye.
Councilmember Noblock,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem James,
Aye.
and Mayor Ward.
Aye.
Carries 5-0 for the balance of the consent calendar. Item A1, we have a comment to read on that.
And this is an anonymous comment. Did you know that San Clemente is one of a small group of cities considered to be in the Coastal Commission's Hall of Shame? Why are other cities required to have their zoning changes in the coastal zone reviewed and approved by the Coastal Commission, even if the zoning changes are related to state and federal compliance? Why does San Clemente believe we are exempt from Coastal Commission review of state and federal zoning compliance changes required by the Coastal Act? Why is the planning department and all involved in planning continually misinforming the public, the planning commission, and the city council? How much additional money will these unnecessary errors cost taxpayers? Our city residents and council members should always be concerned when the planning department self-imposes CEQA exemptions. Our planning department's poor understanding of the Coastal Act has landed our beloved city into the Coastal Commission's Hall of Shame. Is this a badge of honor? No, it is not. It is something we should be ashamed of and work to change immediately. Recommend council recall and agendize further review of ordinance 1707 to comply with the Coastal Act and Coastal Commission policies and procedures. Ordinance 1707 should be submitted to the Coastal Commission for review and approval prior to adoption by the City Council. Request also a priority for planning department, commissioners, attorneys, and all involved in planning process get the proper training necessary to prevent potential future errors related to the Coastal Act. And that's all I have for our public comments on item 6A1.
Okay, so that is from the public. It's anonymous, but it includes an item that we already agendized, I believe, twice and approved. Is there any council member that would like to speak to that, or I'll take a motion to approve the balance of 6B1.
Yes, Mayor Ward, I'm raising my hand. I'd love to speak to that. Is staff here from Community Development by chance? Is Ms. Gallardo Daly here? I have a question.
You know, I see Mr. Perez on the.
Okay, maybe, hi, Mr. Perez. In the comments, there was a mention about a Hall of Shame with Coastal Commission. And is this something we should be concerned about? Could you maybe touch on that, please? I'm very concerned about that. Are we doing something so wrong that we end up in the Hall of Shame?
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember Ferguson, Gabriel Perez, City Planner. As far as the Hall of Shame, nothing that I'm aware of. Just to let you know what planning does, we do have regular meetings with Coastal Commission staff to talk about projects that we are working on. It's something that we've implemented in 2020. So we regularly do maintain communication with Coastal Commission staff regarding projects that are in process or projects that they are actually processing through the Coastal Commission.
Okay, thank you, Mr. President. One more follow-up question. When you had these meetings with Coastal Commission staff, did you talk to them about the amendments that were being made in this ordinance 1707 before it was adopted?
The 1707, no, that ordinance, that hasn't been part of our meetings.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, so this has been agendized twice. I will go ahead and move the balance of 6B1, having it be pulled by the public. This is something that we've already considered twice, actually 3 times on agenda. So I'll make that motion. Is there a second?
Is the motion actually to approve all of the minutes, not just the balance?
Because I
correct?
believe 6B1, that was the only item that was pulled. The other item is 6B2. Is that correct?
Yes, but on the city council minutes, you said that you were making a motion to approve the balance of those minutes. I think
6B1.
6A1, I believe.
Joanne, can you explain with that?
6A1 is the city council minutes.
Yeah.
So I'm
That's the
sorry,
item-
6A1.
That's the item that we're on.
Right.
That's the meeting where 1707 was considered, and your motion was to approve the balance. I
I'm
think what
sorry.
you meant to say was that
Because it was
to
full.
approve the minutes.
Yeah. Thank you. I will approve the minutes of 6A1, which is the meeting of February 2nd, 2021.
Second.
Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Duncan,
Aye.
Councilmember Ferguson,
No.
Councilmember Noblock,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem James,
Aye.
and Mayor Ward.
Aye.
That motion carries 4-1. The next item is item B2. That's the Planning Commission minutes of February 3rd. And I do have at least one comment to read. This is from
Okay,
Anonymous.
Go ahead.
It's from Anonymous. It says, objection to item 8A. When will all involved in planning realize that any changes within the coastal zone are subject to the Coastal Act? Why does the City Planning Department and Planning Commission believe it is legal to add 2 stories above an existing 1-story building in the coastal zone with the issuance of a variance? Has anyone considered the height restrictions in the coastal zone? Did someone get a variance approved for this change from the Coastal Commission? This is yet another great example by our City Planning Department and commissioners and their failure to understand and adhere to the Coastal Act. It is another act to seal our city's position in the Coastal Commission's Hall of Shame. Shame on you, San Clemente Planning Department. Shame on you, San Clemente Planning Commissioners. Thank you. That's all I have.
Okay, so I see Cecilia here. Can you give us, this concerns 1602 North El Camino Real. What zoning is that in? Is that a mixed use or is that neighborhood commercial?
I believe that's mixed use. Gabe is also on. He could probably answer the question related to the zoning and whether or not the project is in the coastal zone. And then I can take it from there.
All right, Mr. Perez, would you like to comment? I already kind of knew the answer to it, but I would like the public to hear what the zoning is on that property.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. It is zoned mixed use, and the comment by the member of the public mentioned that that this would not be reviewed by the Coastal Commission. This project will be reviewed by the Coastal Commission. So this project requires the Planning Commission review the project first before it moves on to the Coastal Commission for their review and approval.
Right, but as the zoning for mixed use, is this not part of our Centennial General Plan where we added mixed use to our planning and we added 2 stories to each 1-story building in the mixed use area? Mr. Perez, I'm asking you that question.
Yes, Mayor, that's correct. So the applicant with their project does comply with the zoning ordinance. The variance relates to parking as well as the site coverage for the building, not height.
Did our Centennial General Plan go before the Coastal Commission? Is that part of our land use plan that we did with the Coastal Commission, the updates to our general plan?
My understanding that was the case, and maybe Cecilia might be able to speak to that.
Okay.
Yeah, so thank you, Mayor Ward, members of the council, Cecilia Gallardo Daly, Community Development Director. When we prepared our coastal land use plan, which was adopted by the City Council and approved by the Coastal Commission in 2018, That land use plan included the 2014 general plan update. So that land use plan incorporated goals, policies, and objectives of the general plan. So to the extent that the coastal land use plan was reviewed by the commission, it incorporated the general plan. And so the coastal commission has in essence reviewed the general plan through the coastal land use plan. And this project is also reviewed against the coastal land use plan, and consistency not only with the general plan, but the coastal land use plan is required in the findings of approval.
Okay. No, I appreciate that. I don't think that some of our residents understand that we've already been through the zoning and updates through our Centennial General Plan. So that's why I wanted to ask that. Does it need to go to Coastal Commission now because of the variance for parking? What is making it go through that process?
Yeah, so the city of San Clemente does not have authority to issue coastal development permits in the coastal zone. And that's because the city does not have a certified local coastal program. That occurs when the Coastal Commission approves a land use plan and they approve an implementation plan, which is a zoning equivalent. That has not occurred yet. It has never occurred. So that means that the Coastal Commission has coastal permitting authority. So once we approve a project in the coastal zone, then an applicant must go to the Coastal Commission to get a coastal development permit. And that coastal development permit is reviewed in conformance with the State Coastal Act.
Okay. I appreciate that comment. Does any other council have any questions on this 6B, 8A that was pulled by the public? I'm not seeing any other comment. Would a council member like to approve that?
Move the
6B
approval of consent item B2, 6B2.
Second.
Actually, it would be all of 6B. Motion by Councilmember Noblock, second by Mayor Pro Tem James.
Councilmember Duncan. Councilmember Ferguson.
Aye.
Councilmember Noblock.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem James.
Aye.
And Mayor Ward.
Aye.
And that carries 5-0. Moving on to public hearings. First item is General Plan Amendment 20-011, Roadway Systems Update.
Yes. Good evening, council members. Christopher Wright, Associate Planner, Project Planner for this item. This is a city-initiated general plan amendment that includes two types of changes. The first are roadway classification updates and the general plan mobility element. Those roadway classification changes include city roadway projects, so existing conditions. The city needs to update its general plan to be consistent with the Orange County Master Plan of Arterial Highways to maintain eligibility for regional transportation funding. So that is one of the objectives of this item. There's one of these changes includes the Los Patrones Parkway extension, a county plan project. Those map changes are shown on page 20 of your agenda packet if you wanted to identify them. The second set of changes is related to removing references to toll roads and State Route 241, because that project is no longer proposed. They're outdated references, and council had directed staff to pursue these changes. So there's three recommendations before you tonight. The first is to adopt a resolution to approve these general plan amendments. The second is to make findings for the California Environmental Quality Act. There's the city roadway project and classification changes, everything other than the Los Patrones Parkway the city staff recommends the city council find that the changes are exempt from CEQA. For the Las Patronas Parkway extension, the County of Orange has prepared an addendum to county environmental impact reports. That is something that they have prepared, but as being a responsible agency, the city does review, and the council would look to make findings associated with that document. And then the last thing is just directing staff to update a figure in the general plan environmental impact report. While that concludes staff's presentation, I do want to note that representatives from the County of Orange and Rancho Mission Viejo are available to answer questions related to their work areas.
And Mayor Ward, we do have a
Thank
few
you.
comments when you're ready to hear them.
Okay, just for the benefit of council, I see Mike Balsamo from Rancho Mission Viejo is present, and Nicole Walsh, I believe council with the County of Orange, is on the Zoom meeting also. Can we hear quickly from the public, and then we can ask questions?
Okay. Laura, do you want to start?
Yes, did you open the public hearing?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I will open the public hearing to hear public comment.
Okay, first comment is from the TCA. Dear Mr. Treadway, I wanted to reiterate the Transportation Corridor Agency's support of the County of Orange's effort to advance the Los Patronos Parkway Extension project. We understand the critical importance of efforts to enhance mobility as a means to provide access to all communities, to support economic vitality, and to ensure we retain the high quality of life we enjoy here in Orange County and Southern California as a whole. We applaud the county's efforts to work with the various vested stakeholders along the corridor, which consists of multiple TCA member agencies, including the cities of Mission Viejo, Rancho Santa Margarita, San Clemente, and San Juan Capistrano. We have a clear appreciation for the challenges that accompany these efforts and are optimistic for your success in delivering this infrastructure investment to all their communities and others who will benefit from it. We also understand that partnerships among multiple public agencies and private industry will be key to the successful completion of what will likely be an award-winning project. While our board of directors has not directed staff to take any action regarding this project, the previous direction to provide information regarding studies and staff support remains. My team also expects that at some point in the future, the county may request our board consider partial funding support for the project. Thank you for your contributions, and please know that the TCA remains committed to the efforts of the county and others to advance the LPPE project, and that we will assist in making it a reality with within the parameters authorized by our board of directors. We look forward to our continued partnership. Sincerely, Samuel Johnson, CEO. Next public comment is from John Smith. I listened to the recording of the Toll Roads Board meeting last week for their discussion about supporting regional projects. I would ask that the City Council not take the position voiced by Gene James, and also what we are hearing from Michelle Schumacher, saying that you don't want a city or the county to use all available avenues to fund a project when you know that is the only way it will get built is basically being a NIMBY city. If we say we support the Los Patronos extension as an arterial and that will prevent things we don't want built, we should let the county pull the pennies together from wherever to do so. Unless our city is in a financial position to help pay for this, we should be happy that someone else is paying the tab, especially if it means TCA is giving South County residents back some of the money they have collected in a form that benefits us.
Okay, the next comment is from Amanda Quintanilla. Let me put on the timer here just a second. Okay, she writes, Dear council members, I am respectfully requesting a continuation of the hearing regarding agenda item 7A, General Plan Amendment 20-011, Roadway Systems Update 7A-597. I urge council members to request for a continuation of this matter and at the county level and any other governing body to adequately present these plans to San Clemente residents. I respectfully ask for a no vote regarding this matter. I am very concerned that the Las Patronas Parkway extension is being fast-tracked through the Planning Commission, Board of Supervisors, and especially by the City Council. When I quickly read the agenda item, I was taken aback by the attachments or reports that total almost 600 pages. First of all, these are lengthy documents that require sufficient time to read, process, research, ask questions of our representatives, and lastly, to prepare a public comment that clearly represents a viewpoint, and in my case, my opposition to this project. This is an extraordinary amount of information to process, and especially if a resident may have health issues such as myself, especially during this COVID-19 pandemic. It's been over 2 months since the Planning Commission approved the advancement of the Las Patronas Parkway extension. For clarification, the Planning Commission did view the support letter that the City of San Clemente sent to them as a full support letter and all of its residents. However, it was not accurate. To the Commission's amazement, they were surprised that any San Clemente resident would send an opposition letter to them for their December 9, 2020 Planning Commission meeting. Since the Planning Commission was going to vote on the advancement of the LPPE, another resident and I had sent opposition letters against the LPPE for that meeting. We were not prepared to speak, but we were compelled to voice our concerns against the LPPE. There are major problems with the Las Patronas Parkway, such as the funding of the Las Patronas Parkway that includes OCTA Measure M2 funds and funds from other entities such as the TCA. This information was disclosed at the December 9th Planning Commission meeting. It was obvious that Measure M2 funds would not be sufficient to solely fund the project. The city should not be surprised as the TCA has invested a lot of time and money attempting to force a toll road through our town. According to a recent press release by the TCA on their webpage, CEO Samuel Johnson noted that TCA's focus on sound fiscal practices and innovation were on full display with this refunding. Our team evaluated market conditions and developed a strategy that appealed to both current and new, and that's all the time for this item. That's all the items I have unless the Deputy City Clerk has received something else.
We've not received any further comments.
Okay, then you could close the public hearing if you'd like.
I will close the public hearing. So council, is there any questions or comments?
I have one, Mayor Ward, if I may, for the county. Who is here from the county, Mayor Ward?
Ms. Walsh is here.
Oh,
I
thank
am,
you. Hi,
I am
Ms. Walsh.
present. Hi, and
Hi.
I am joined by, I think they're on the phone, but Wezu and Nardi Khan are on the phone, our staff members.
Oh, good.
So hopefully one of us can answer for you.
Oh, certainly. Yes, I've heard some concerns from some members of the public about the Las Patronas Parkway extension being built, and in the future, possibly an opportunity for the TCA to take it over, right? Condemn it through the eminent domain process. But could you explain, I do know just from being on council that the LPPE, as it's known, the acronym, is not being built to Caltrans standards. So it's not being even built to be a highway or a tollway, right? Could you maybe speak to that so that that wouldn't even be a feasible action in the future anyhow?
At this point, the design standards would meet some of the Caltrans standards, but not all. As you noted, and this is noted in our addendum, I believe as well, but as you noted, any action that the TCA would take or could take to condemn out would require an eminent domain action against the County of Orange. And we are aware of our partnership with the city of San Clemente and our cooperative agreement. And I think at this point that would be met with opposition. And certainly there is no immediate build plan. So at this point, what we're doing is we are asking to put essentially a line on a map showing on the master plan of arterial highways that we could build the LPPE extension in order to qualify for funding and other opportunities.
Okay, and just a follow up regarding the funding, what is the estimated price tag for the extension?
I'm going to have to defer to Nardi if she's on the phone. I think she is. Okay, she's saying she cannot speak. Her PC is stuck.
Oh, okay. Well, maybe we can get that.
There she is.
I'm sorry, I was having some audio issues. My apologies. Nardi Khan, I'm the Deputy Director of Infrastructure Programs for OC Public Works. The question was regarding the price of the project. We don't have a firm estimate at this point as we don't have the project plans developed. All we have at this point is a concept. Our early figures of a cost estimate place this at about $240 million.
Okay, and just to follow up, Nardi, so M2, the Measure M2 funds would probably not be adequate. You'd need to have some other funding sources to cover that. Is that probably more than likely?
That is correct. The current request for M2 funds is to get us to the project environmental document. So that's the beginning of the process, and that is the funding that we've requested is sufficient enough to get us to the point where we will know what the alignment would be. We will know what the environmental impacts would be. We will have a good amount of information at the end of that document. And that is the funding that we've requested. We anticipate that if awarded, we will have the funding from the Measure M2 along with the, there's a cost share that the ranch would be providing. So between M2 and the ranch, it would cover the next phase of the project.
Okay, great. Thank you, Nardi.
No problem. Thank you.
Mayor Ward, I have several questions.
Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
I will start with the OCTA representatives. So there's discussion that the TCA would share in the cost with the OCTA. Have you had a similar project in the past where the TCA collaborated and provided funding, and as Supervisor Bartlett's rep said on Thursday, also technical expertise?
Mayor Pro Tem Jean James, were you directing that question at OCTA? You indicated.
Yes, ma'am, I was.
Okay. Do we have an OCTA representative?
Actually, I'm not seeing that we do. City Manager, I believe we just have County Public Works. Is that correct?
Right. We just have Mayor. We have the County of Orange, and then we also have representatives from Rancho Mission Viejo. Nobody from OCTA is on the call.
So then I will pose that to the county. Do they know of any other projects in which there was shared costs with either OCTA or with Orange County Public Works by the TCA?
We do not have a project that's being led by the county that has received TCA funds.
Okay.
Any such project in the future would require an agreement, probably a cooperative agreement between the county and the TCA, which we have not discussed and we do not have at this point.
So there's never been any discussions between OC Public Works and the TCA in regards to collaborating or funding or technical expertise?
At this point, we have not relied on the TCA for any funding, for any technical expertise. All of the documents, including the addendum that were provided, were created by the County of Orange with its consultant, assistance of again, if at some point in the future we needed funding for this project, there would be a public process that we would need to go through to get that funding and to have an agreement with the TCA about it.
Got it. So the other thing that I am concerned about is, it's my understanding, and is it either Ms. Khan or Ms. Walsh, is it your understanding tonight is our last opportunity to approve this plan? Otherwise, the project doesn't go forward at all?
So thank you for the question, Councilmember James. And the OCTA gives us 3 years to secure the City Planning Commission and the county general plan amendment approval. We have the county's general plan amendment approval. We are missing the city's. However, what would happen if the city did not take action on approving the general amendment is it would put the M2 funds at risk. The M2 funds do have a prerequisite that the project be on the master plan of arterial highways, and we can't proceed with adding that line on the map without the city council's approval of this general plan amendment. So it's important for the funding of that first phase of the project through M2.
So tonight's the last night we could approve it. How long have we had an opportunity to approve it?
I would refer perhaps to city staff to see when the process had initiated.
Mr. Bonnigan?
So Mayor Pro Tem Gene James, I was going to let Tom speak, but the last planning commission meeting was January 20th before it came to the city council.
So,
oh, if I could, Eric and council, the timeline from beginning to end that we've been working under is attached to your agenda. It's on it's in part 2 of the report, page 7A-594. So the first step in that process was the Orange County Planning Commission's initial approval of the initiation. That was November 10th. And then this council voted to initiate it on December 15th.
okay. And what's so special about having it approved tonight? That's what I'm really trying to get to the bottom of.
The M2 decision is being made late March, early April. So the funding decision being made. And that is what I guess is so special, if you will, about tonight, is that that gives us an opportunity for a complete package to OCTA on the funding.
Okay. So
if I could add, I'm sorry, Mayor Pro Tem James, we did confirm with OCTA as far as the funding, and what they indicated is that March 3rd was the hard deadline for the city approval in order to make the CTFP funding the M2 fund request that we have. So that is the last date that we received, was March 3rd.
So in fact, tonight is not the last night.
I would defer to city staff as far as city council meetings. My apologies, I don't know those.
Okay.
I'm not sure. What is our next council meeting? I'm not sure what that date is. It's
March 2nd, I believe.
March 2nd. So they have a hard deadline of March 3rd to know whether we're going to approve this general plan amendment or not. So I would submit that probably OCTA has a staff report or something that has to be done before we meet on March 2nd.
Okay.
In order to be able to fund a design.
So Mayor Ward, if you'll just indulge me for a couple more questions, and I'll be done.
I'm just thinking that out loud. Go ahead.
Mr. Balsamo, has the ranch had conversations with the TCA on funding this project?
We've had no formal discussions to this point. It is something that is on our radar, though. You know, I think that it's the county. Nardi mentioned that the estimated cost. It's significant. We also have the factor that we are going to be paying a significant amount of DIFs, development impact fees, to TCA over the next 20 years of our plan. We estimate over $100 million in fees that will be paid. So we're looking for the right level of fairness in the equation here to see this through. And we think that keeping the momentum going on this process, if the council chooses to do so tonight, is very important because there are these committee hearings that occur at OCTA in March that lead to the April funding decision. If the funding decision is favorable, the county and the ranch can continue on with the design process and keep the road moving along on its current trajectory, which is a county arterial. That I think that's the city's preference, as all of this is being discussed. So,
what are we anticipating the traffic to be on a daily basis? Do we have a number? It's like 10,000?
Is Jeff Thompson on the call from the ranch?
I believe Kathleen is on as well, consultant.
I prefer to have, if you maybe can give us a few minutes.
Certainly.
For James, prefer to have one of them answer so I don't.
I can definitely look up that information.
Yeah.
Just give me a moment.
Thank you, Kathleen.
So my confusion on this, and I'll shut up, is suddenly one day the TCA does a briefing and they're talking about how they're going to fund and provide technical expertise on the construction of this roadway. And it appears that really no one, this just came out of nowhere. No one really requested that, or no one knew that was going to occur. Is that an accurate statement?
Go ahead.
I would just respond and note that the TCA actually considered something similar as an alternative option in their, I forget what they called it, the South County Traffic Relief Effort analysis. I think it was alternative 22, and with some to this. And so at some point, and I forget what month this was in 2020, but it might have been as early as March 2020, they declined, the TCA, to adopt anything in terms of the South County Traffic Relief Effort, and suggested instead that the county pursue this LPPE extension. So I would not characterize this as coming out of nowhere. I think it's been suggested, and the county itself in 2018 and 2019 supported this and suggested to the TCA that something like this occur.
Okay.
And Mayor Pro Tem James, you had asked about the traffic. That number that I received is 23,000 average daily traffic trips. 23,000?
Yes. Thank you. And my last question, and I'm guessing this is from either Ms. Khan or Ms. Walsh, is it's conceivable we could build a county arterial that could be converted at some point in time to meet the specifications of a freeway. Is that correct?
No.
Of a toll road.
The county would not be building a facility that was built to the specifications of the toll road. The county would build a facility that meets the specifications of a primary arterial highway.
I got that, but it's conceivable at some point in time, it could be converted into a toll road.
It's conceivable, the county cannot toll it.
I understand.
It is conceivable in the sense that if the TCA were successful in eminent domain action, which would pit two public agencies essentially against one another and deciding, and a court would have to decide whose public interest outweighs whose. I mean, so it's conceivable.
Okay.
Can I just add also a comment to that? If you look at the amount of right-of-way that was evaluated from an environmental perspective, that it was assuming the typical 100 feet of right-of-way, where a Caltrans facility would be substantially larger, about 165 feet of right-of-way. So it would be it's not just a very simple change if it's going to meet Caltrans standards.
Thank you, Ms. Braden. You actually answered the question I was trying to ask. So thank you very much. Mayor Ward, that's all I have. Thank you very much.
Mayor Ward?
Yeah, Councilmember Duncan, go ahead.
Okay, appreciate that. Sort of following up then, Mr. Balsamo, on the point about potentially converting the arterial to some larger highway or freeway. Speaking on behalf of the ranch, do you anticipate that once the arterial is in place, your development would encroach or sort of surround the arterial in such a way that it would make it practically impossible to expand to a larger highway?
Yeah, absolutely. It would be extremely, extremely difficult. Not only would you need the additional space, but it's going through a somewhat hilly area. You've got two bridges, one that goes over San Juan Creek, one that goes over Ortega Highway. It would go behind the mountain that separates the road from La Plata and up a hill. So you'd have, generally speaking, slope embankments on either side of the facility. And then we would begin, in time to develop on the areas around the road, try to put the most compatible uses we can near the road. Maybe it's more employment based and, keep the housing maybe a little more buffered from where it is. But certainly we would like to keep the footprint as efficient as possible to preserve the development rights that we have in the area.
Right. In other words, there might be commercial properties that would be along an arterial that you could never have along a highway.
Any number of uses, that could occur there. I think you have to look at noise impacts and as I mentioned, access, compatibility. Those analysis need to occur regardless of whether it's a toll road facility or an arterial. But we think we can be perhaps a little more thoughtful about it with the lighter touch arterial concept.
And the sooner we start down that project, the sooner that development starts to occur.
Yeah, it certainly would enable us to accelerate it if the market is demanding it and we're prepared to do so. And our preference is to get this MPH amendment approved so that the decision is now predictable for everybody that's down here in South County and the future residents of our community, and that there are no surprises later. Our preference is generally to get the road in ahead of when we develop so that we don't have the challenge of our residents potentially, opposing, facility like this coming along later.
Thanks, Mike. One last question, Mayor Ward, for our county folks. Does the TCA's potential provision of funds entitle the TCA to any participation or planning in the development of the arterial road?
TCA, Councilman Duncan, TCA currently is not entitled to any participation in the project.
Okay, yeah, thank you. Yeah, you're not going to find a much bigger skeptic of the TCA than me. And I certainly understand the concerns that have been raised, but I think we have a unique opportunity here. The first time we're going to get the 241 out of the county's master plan. It's a huge achievement for the city of San Clemente. And I think we need to act to solidify this, to ensure we have the Measure 2 funds. And we shouldn't be scared of potentially the TCA giving us back essentially some of the development impact funds we paid for so many years and never really got the benefit of. So that's where I'll stand. I'll turn it over if anyone else has any comments or questions.
Okay, so I'll weigh in. You know, I certainly understand why Rancho Mission Viejo wants this arterial. I do understand it. I think it benefits Rancho Mission Viejo more than it does San Clemente. But we all benefit from greater circulation within each other. I think we saw that with La Pata into San Juan, and we're able to go into Ladera Ranch and Rancho Santa Margarita. So regional mobility is something that, you know, we all, and connectivity is something that we haven't had in San Clemente. And I do understand why we would want to participate with our neighbors in this arterial. I do understand also the concern with TCA, and Mr. Balsamo, it was mentioned while we were in a TCA meeting that that Rancho Mission Viejo and the county needed TCA's expertise in order to participate in this. So I do appreciate what Councilmember Duncan has asked, that current agreements does not have TCA any part of building this highway. And Ms. Walsh, I would say that's kind of what our council is concerned with. I do understand we have cooperative agreements with the ranch and the county at this time for looking at this arterial and for adding it to our general plan. It's important, you know, when San Clemente plans roads, you know, we have complete streets element, and we really look at what gets added to our streets and what it looks like and what it feels like. And that's why we were so adamantly opposed to the toll road just slicing through our city. We do appreciate what the Rancho along approves or condones a toll road through your neighboring cities, and also in Rancho Mission Viejo. I think you've pretty much said that you like a better approach than the toll road for that. I think it's going to give more flexibility and better uses. I think the ranch will be better for it, not having the toll road go through it. I certainly think the mobility will be better not having a toll road, because it will actually have more cars on it than a toll road would. It's going to relieve more congestion off Antonio Parkway, Ortega Highway, La Pata. All of those arterials are going to work better because part of the load is going to be on Los Patronos Parkway. So I do agree with Mayor Pro Tem Jean James that it was a concern when that comment was made by staff for council for Supervisor Bartlett. And I think that's kind of what, again, we need to know, that we do have an agreement with you, and that that agreement is going to prevent this road from being a toll road. I believe Ms. Walsh said one thing that I thought was interesting, that if TCA tried to do an eminent domain action on this, it would have the county and is it OCTA would be out the city of San Clemente as an agency, or Rancho Mission Viejo?
There a little bit, Mayor Ward, but eminent domain action would be at this point the TCA against the county of Orange and possibly the city of San Clemente for that small area that the roadway would go through your city.
Okay.
I don't think most of this is ranch ownership at this point. So maybe they would be involved, but the eminent domain would be public against the agency.
Right, because we've we've entered into an agreement with the county of what this road's going to look like. And we're doing a general plan amendment tonight that we started back in January, but was initiated, I think, by the County Planning Commission in December, based on our agreements that we've signed with you. So I do appreciate that the county would defend that agreement, because Subcommittee, we're going to hold everyone to that agreement of what we're doing here. We've worked really hard all these years to try to find regional mobility and what fit the region better than a toll road. So this has been like a 6-year effort to do this. I'm a little worried, when I see TCA send letters, but it is acknowledging that they may only be a funding partner. And I do understand Rancho Mission Viejo wanting some of their fee credits paid for this road, since TCA is unable to do a toll road. So I do understand that. I don't know. I'm willing to approve this tonight. I didn't know if Councilmember Mayor Pro Tem James wanted some other part put in this to make you feel better, or anything that we can say tonight. The only thing I'm looking at TCA for is maybe they might provide some funding for this, but it certainly isn't an arterial to the region, and providing regional mobility. So, Mayor Pro Tem James, are you asking for any?
No, I honestly see the need. I also see the benefit to the city. I mean, Mike is going to put X thousand of rooftops in planning area 5. How many is that going to be, Mike?
Well, current estimates may about 2,500 homes in planning area 5. But
2,500 homes,
yeah,
times 4 people. That's a population of probably 10,000 people in that area, and we want them to get to our target. We want them to get to our Albertsons, and we want them to spend money and come to San Clemente. So I do see a benefit to this roadway, to our city. I think that the benefit is greater for the ranch, without a doubt. And at this point in time, my concerns are the communication of the TCA's involvement, and how we really didn't understand that until the very end, and the fact that we need to do this evening. And those are the only 2 things that make me feel uncomfortable. So I really don't need to add anything here that's going to change my mind or make me feel more comfortable. It's timing and it's communication that has been, as far as I'm concerned, the timing is terrible, and the communication has been dismal about the potential of TCA involvement. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Mayor Ward, if I could, my thinking on this responded to Mayor Pro Tem's earlier comment about the TCA participating in major road projects. While they may not have done that in county projects, I know in Irvine, where the toll road 241 comes down to Jamboree, that was the city, not the county. There was, I understand, a major contribution by the TCA there. And again, it's to their benefit. As Gene said, the traffic's going the other direction. They're coming to us, but the TCA is also receiving a feeder, which helps them. So I'm not at all concerned that the TCA may contribute. In fact, I think it would be incredible if the county and the OCTA and the ranch and everyone else wasn't practically dragging their checkbook to the table. They've collected tens of millions of dollars, and certainly this is a feeder for them. They should be involved. It doesn't concern me at all. I'm not concerned about the eminent domain concept of them taking over. If they were to try to exercise eminent domain against the county, a court would look at that and they would try to determine the highest and best use. And what court in this land would say it's a better use for the citizens to pay a toll road and to live with a county arterial that's already free. I can't imagine. So when you ask, it's been asked and discussed, is that conceivable? In my mind, it is not conceivable ever. But again, in the realm of the infinite, I guess it could be, but in my mind, it's not. So I support the amendment to the general plan, and I'm willing to support a motion along those lines.
I'd like to make the motion.
Okay, have you looked at the full staff report? Do you know exactly what we need to read? Because
Well,
I was
I
going
think
to clarify that.
I think I'd start with the resolution and then ask.
Okay, let me ask Mr. Wright, if you can come in and just please advise the Councilmember Duncan what needs to be read tonight for this amendment,
Certainly.
because there's quite a bit in here.
Yes, certainly. So the first item, the resolution covers recommendations 1 and 2. The third item is not in the resolution, so staff would just ask that the council add that recommendation number 3 to direct staff to update a figure in the environmental impact report as a housekeeping item.
Okay, so number 2 and 3, correct, Mr. Wright?
Yes.
Okay.
To read the resolution and then number 3.
Okay, go ahead, Councilmember Duncan.
Okay, I move that we adopt resolution number 21-03, entitled "A Resolution of the City Council of the City of San Clemente, California, approving General Plan Amendment 20-011, Roadway System Update, an update to roadway classifications for consistency with the Orange County Master Plan of Arterial Highways, and removal of references to the abandoned State Route 241 toll road extension, and making associated CEQA findings. And that we direct staff to update EIR figure 5.14-4 future roadway map for consistency with the amended general plan roadway system map in attachment 1, exhibit B of the administrative report dated February 16th, 2021.
Second the motion. Did you want to include item 3 as part of that, or is that a standalone?
Motion by Councilmember Duncan.
Yeah, the motion was
Councilmember Noblock, I don't understand your question.
I'm seconding the motion, but there was a question with it. Was item 3 to be incorporated into that?
Yeah, I read item 3 as well. So yeah.
Okay. I will second the motion.
Okay, so motion by Councilmember Duncan, second by Councilmember Noblock.
Councilmember Duncan.
Aye.
Councilmember Ferguson.
Aye.
Councilmember Noblock. Councilmember Noblock, are you voting aye?
I apologize. I vote aye. Thank you.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem James
Aye.
and Mayor Ward.
Aye.
That carries 5-0.
Okay, can I please thank everyone that's here tonight on this item, including our staff member, Mr. Vonnegut. Nicole, thank you for being with us, and Mike and Nardi also. Appreciate the information and your participation very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
all.
Good night.
Thank you all. Madam Mayor, before we move on, just a quick question. Earlier, it's been discussed several times about the chat feature for our citizens. Has that been turned on?
Councilmember Noblock, I intended for that if somebody had brought it up to agendize it.
I don't know that it's an agenda-able item. It's something that our IT department does as a routine basis when we have public meetings. And
I think
we really have to agendize that.
I think it did need to be talked about under an agenda item because, you know, we changed, and you would have been having to bring that up in number 4, which was
Madam Mayor, as the mayor,
For consideration of items needing immediate
as the
agenda.
chairman,
Consideration of items needing immediate
as the
agenda.
chairman of our meeting, I think you could simply instruct the city manager to simply hit the button to turn the chat feature on for our citizens. I don't think it needs an agenda item. And I think it's been brought up several times. And if it's not going to be brought up, I'm going to make a motion at the end of this meeting that we have a special meeting to discuss the leadership of this council.
Okay, Councilmember Noblock, I was waiting for item number 4, which we passed, if anyone wanted anything agendized, and no one asked. Anything requiring immediate action is number 4, and that was prior to the consent calendar.
Excuse me, Mayor Ward, I brought it up twice. You dismissed me both times.
I
And
told
the
you
public
to
wants
bring
this.
it up. You could bring it up
Staff
to the proper
had
item.
no authority, so council can decide right now without an item to have the chat turned on. It's flipping a switch, okay? That's what it is.
Okay.
You can go on. No, we can decide right now, okay? This is absurd.
Mayor Ward, may I ask the city
That's
manager a
why I'm
question?
running the meeting so that I can wait for you for things to be agenda. Yes, you may.
Mr. Sun, is this a matter of flipping a switch?
I'd have to talk to my IT people on the functionality of the chat room after a stream has occurred.
I think the issue is that we started streaming and then we had to continue our meeting to 7:15. And Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, I think that's what the issue is tonight, is because of the way the meeting started. It has nothing to do with not wanting to do it. It's just how we are on this platform right now. So we can talk
during council member comments, a council member could make a motion, get a second and a third, and we can direct staff to turn on the chat feature next meeting.
Absolutely.
Well, they're on it generally at every meeting. So do we need a motion to turn the chat function on?
I just want to make sure it's done, Steve.
Okay.
It has to do with the fact that we started streaming this in a different, it's a different platform than we've had before. So it's been explained.
That's incorrect, Mayor Ward. It's incorrect. Chat can be turned on right now in live in-person meetings, okay? So I do know that for a fact, but you're giving excuses to staff who didn't have the authority to do this tonight. I'll let it go. I've said it 3 times.
But in the future.
Okay, please. Okay, Mayor Ward, for the last time, please don't interrupt me, okay? I'm gonna let it go, but I'm done. I've tried 3 times for the people so that they can speak tonight, okay, via chat. All right, it's been taken away from them. Please, you continue to interrupt me. I would ask you for the last time to please don't interrupt me. Thank you.
In the future, as the parliamentarian of this meeting, anything that you need to be agendized that requires immediate action is item number 4. It is before the consent calendar. It's on everyone's agenda.
If I'm not mistaken, immediate items are new items that were not made aware of by the council previously. So clicking a switch on the chat button by our IT manager isn't a new matter that would normally fall under the purview of.
I'm hearing that is not the issue at this time. So we can talk about it during council comments. That's where we are in the agenda. So Madam Clerk, the next item.
The next item is a report from the Joint Homeless Subcommittee concerning its fiscal year 2021 annual work plan. And I have one comment on this item.
Okay, go ahead.
This comment is from Rick Leffler. Good evening, Council. As a member of the Joint Homeless Subcommittee, I would like to thank you for the opportunity to serve on the body that addresses one of the most important challenges facing our city. The committee worked diligently to construct a work plan that would allow us to address many of the issues that impact our city. I would ask the council to consider reinstating 3 components of the work plan that were removed after review by city entities. These components are 1, investigating shelter options, 2, reviewing the effectiveness of homeless services provided by entities serving our city, 3, establishing and organizing community forums. I realize that the new homeless outreach director will be tasked with overseeing many of these topics. The fact is that this person, once hired, will face an overwhelming workload, while the new outreach director, along with the council, will have the ultimate decisions in how San Clemente formulates its strategy in dealing with the homeless. It would seem prudent to allow the above components to remain in the work plan and then implement them at the direction of the council and in coordination with the homeless outreach director. Thank you, Rick Leffler. And that's all I have.
Do we have a staff report on this item? It's just a work plan.
Good evening, council. This is Adam Atamian, Code Compliance Manager of the for the city. We have Gary Walsh is our there he is. He is our joint homeless subcommittee chairperson, and he will be presenting tonight's item.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Walsh.
Yes, hello. And happy Fat Tuesday. It's not quite the way I usually spend Fat Tuesday, but here we are. So we sent the work plans forward, and in November they were tabled to now. And in the meantime, we went back over them and eliminated some of the things out, as Rick Loeffler had mentioned. And I would imagine one of the big questions is why did we eliminate the hold on, let me get the right portion out here so I can say it. The temporary housing and shelter solutions. And the only reason that we decided to eliminate that is because we were told that the city had already entertained this a few years ago and had decided not to do this. Now, we, quite honestly, on the homeless committee, we're all for looking into that as a solution. So we're just looking for direction from the city council in all of this work plan. So there's nothing that we hold dear to our hearts and say, well, we don't really want to do this, we don't want to do that. So, and in the meantime, the city has decided that, and I think rightfully so, to get a homeless outreach director. So that changed a little bit of what our plans were going to be. So to start with, the first work plan is what we is titled the project best practices. And with this is just simply what it says is the just figure out what's works in other comparable cities, what does and what doesn't work, and come back and report to you on that. So that's that's the first one. Second one is the overall homeless strategy. And with that, we want to ensure that we're not duplicating what some of the other committees are doing, and particularly the Human Affairs Committee. So that was why we kind of removed some of the aspects of that. But the mitigating portion, if you notice in there, number 2, we want to find out what are the best suited areas to mitigate. So that's where kind of this differs in a way from another part of this, another part of the work plan. Number 3 is the information gathering, presentation. And what this is just, what we decided was we wanted to create a reference for the incoming homeless liaison coordinator. So in other words, when they come in, we want to give them a reference book basically that just tells everything about who provides what services in the city, who the contacts are throughout the region, the state, where the funding comes from, everything like that. So we can kind of just drop this in their lap and they can hit the ground running. And it would save our staff a lot of time and effort because it's a lot of information to cobble together. And the last one is the communication and coordination of homeless outreach. And essentially, that's going to be really the future job of the homeless liaison coordinator. But we want to establish a registry within the city, so they know who to contact in the city, and start putting some of these entities together. Because right now we have a lot of entities that just work independent of each other. The church, there was a lot of churches in San Clemente that provide services, but they all do it independently. Other homeless advocacy groups are working, but they all work independent. So what we're hoping here is by the time the homeless liaison coordinator gets here, we'll have pulled some of these people together and create registries and stuff for them to basically be able to talk to the homeless liaison coordinator when they come in. So that's in a nutshell, the work plan for us. And we anticipate really being used heavily by the homeless liaison coordinator when they get here, and we'll be able to work with them and take on special projects for them. So that's it in a nutshell.
Madam Mayor.
Hey, Mr. Walsh, I appreciate that. I do remember, I think it came back, council had pulled back on the Human Affairs Committee work plan, and I think you're coordinating with them now on this registry to make up and update what benefits there are, you know, or agencies, what they're doing to kind of coordinate it all. And I think that's the direction council had given a few months ago. So I appreciate that. I think that that would be helpful to have, you know, things current to what we have. I agree that, you know, a lot of this is going to be up to the homeless coordinator. And that's some of the council here had asked for the hiring of in-house of someone to do that. So Councilmember Duncan, do you have some comments?
Yeah, I mean, I appreciate the interest in having the subcommittee work on things beyond the work plan that we have here, but I think it's important to have the subcommittee also not bite off too much, right? The thing I like about these work plans, and I think it's well done, Gary, is that it's sort of tangible. It's something within reach. It's actual things that the subcommittee can do to assist the coordinator in accomplishing the overall mission. So yeah, I think by making it a little more basic and having real sort of achievable goals, it's a good way to set out, you know, the next year for the subcommittee. I do have a couple corrections I should just note, maybe that can be done, technical things. On 8A4, the project on information gathering, goal number 4, the extra is in there. Make this registry is available. I think it should just be make this registry available. And that's one correction. And then on the last project, the communication one, 8A6, I think, you know, you have an inexhaustive list of entities to be included. I think you should include Friendship Shelter in that list just to have it named. But to go back, yeah, I mean, I think, again, refocusing the subcommittee on more tangible goals is a good positive step, and I support the work plan.
Thank you.
So just to add really quick to what Councilmember Duncan said, I think it should say like all providers that you find that actually have working programs. You know, I think you're going to include all of those in there. If there's any provider that has some system where they have access to services.
Yeah,
You're not going to leave them out.
Yeah, if you early in the first sentence it says included but not limited to. So we do anticipate that we probably haven't enlisted everything on here. So.
All right, thank you for that clarification.
So I have.
Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead, please.
Oh, thanks, Mayor Pro Tem James. Mine is quick. I'm very supportive of this. Looks fantastic. Thank you, Mr. Walsh and your team for working on this. I just don't see, this one's from interim city manager Sund. I don't see a budget account number. Where are the funds coming from for these endeavors. I want to make sure that they're covered and we have the money for them. So can you let me know where they're coming from? There's no account number on this.
Yeah, so I'll ask for Code Compliance Manager Adam Atamia to confer, but the monies that they're asking for are existing budgeted monies available within the community development budget to fund those endeavors. So there's not new money being asked, nor new money being appropriated. It's working within the current budget confines. Is that accurate, Adam?
Yes, that is accurate. Most of the time that staff would be putting into these projects are for activities that staff already does in some other aspect of our normal work. And so we're just trying to focus all of that work into one place with this work plan. So no additional funds would be needed for staff time.
Okay, very good. Thank you both.
Mayor Pro Tem James, you have a comment?
Yes, I do. Why did you stop working on identifying a homeless shelter?
Well, we were never directed to that. We've been waiting for the approval of the work plan. So like I have told people, I said, I feel like I'm a kid whose parents bought me a car, parked it in the driveway, and haven't given me the keys yet, and I can go out and look at it, I can wash it, but I can't drive it yet, because we really haven't gotten direction. So it'd be inappropriate for us to start moving in a direction where the city council hadn't given us approval. I have contacted shelters. I have started doing my own work on, as you might think, just to kind of find out what's going on out there. But yes, we're waiting for direction. And now that we have the work plan and we feel like we'll have direction, again, if the city council would like to direct us and say, hey, we want you to look at that too, okay, we will do that. We certainly have no agenda. I don't believe any of our members have a certain agenda that we are trying to carry out.
So, I'd be the first one to jump up and down and protest placing a homeless shelter here in San Clemente. I will totally acknowledge that. But at the same time, we need some workaround on Martin versus Boise. And I was, during the campaign, I was talking about the possibility of a regional shelter. I spoke with a council member from San Juan, and they're starting to discuss the possibility of a regional shelter. They've even identified an area they thought they might want to go into. Interim city manager's son, I think that the time is approaching that, city manager to city manager, you might want to help us out in seeing what the focus of those other two councils are, particularly Dana Point and San Juan Capistrano. And I don't think it's out of the possibility of pooling our SB2 funds and creating a JPA. We have to find someplace that OCSD can transport these people to get them off the street. And Mr. Walsh, any assistance you guys could provide with that would be greatly appreciated, because you're thinking, this is what you're thinking about on a daily basis, and what these solutions are. And it has to be a solution that fits San Clemente. What was the other thing Mr. Loughlin brought up? Looking at the effectiveness of the homeless outreach programs.
He brought up that, and also public forums, which I think the council, we took that up and said that should come from the council.
Yeah, that probably should come from the council. Mr. Walsh, would you see your role as giving some feedback to council on the effectiveness of our upcoming hire that we're going to have, the homeless coordinator?
No, I don't feel like I think unless the city asks me to and says, hey, we would like you to, do this. I've spoken with a lot of the homeless outreach coordinators for other cities, and I could certainly ask them what they
And
think.
I mean, I guess I'm not really saying their effectiveness, but what their focus should be. That'd be a better way of asking that question.
Again, I don't pretend to be an expert in the area of that, what they do, but we could certainly look into it. I mean, I wouldn't be opposed to doing that. And
okay.
So Mayor Pro Tem, can I ask Mr. Atamian? I think that's kind of what staff would do with this new coordinator, and also working with our homeless outreach people in the sheriff's department.
That's correct. This position is going to be established, and it is already posted on the city's website. So the performance measures that this new position will need to adhere to are basically rooted in metrics that have been developed for similar positions in other cities. While we would anticipate this position having a reporting opportunity with the Joint Homeless Subcommittee, direct oversight would be more of an administrative function for city staff. Cecilia Gallardo Daly is more intricately involved with that positioning. Can speak more to that if there are additional questions.
Yeah, Adam, I certainly wasn't talking about oversight. I was just talking about advice, to the council, to Cecilia, to you on what the focus should be. And I think Mr. Walsh has done a great deal of studying on this and may have some great insight. That's what I was suggesting.
And staff sees that role in a similar vein. We would expect this position to work hand in hand with our Joint Homeless Subcommittee, so that from all avenues, the information that is eventually getting to the City Council is consistent and accurate and timely. So we do not see a disconnect between that position and this subcommittee.
Okay, so I haven't heard any other changes to the subcommittee work plan. Is there anyone that would like to make a motion to approve it?
I move to approve the Joint Homeless Subcommittee's 2020-2021 annual work plan.
Second.
Second, motion by Councilmember Duncan, second by Councilmember Knobloch.
Councilmember Duncan,
Aye.
Councilmember Ferguson,
Aye.
Councilmember Knobloch,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem James,
Aye.
and Mayor Ward.
Aye.
And that motion carries 5-0.
Is there any other council member that would like to take a quick 5-minute break? Or would you like to keep going? Any comment about taking a break now, or is there another time where we could take a break?
I'm good, but if someone needs to take a break, I'm not going to object.
Does anyone have a better time to take a break? We've got quite a few items to go still.
Okay.
Take a 5-minute break?
Yes.
Fine with me.
So we'll come back in only 5. So that's about 10:18. Yes, 10:18. Thank you. Okay. I believe all members of City Council are present except for one. There she is. I can see you, Councilmember Ferguson. Councilmember Ferguson, you were on and then you went away.
You're muted.
You're muted, Laura.
I'm here.
Okay.
My camera's off. You had yours off last year. Mine's off just for a little bit.
Okay, I just was asking if you are present. So the next item, Madam Clerk, is item B.
Yes, this is a report from the city clerk concerning potential 5-year license agreements with the County of Orange to allow the placement of 3 ballot drop boxes in the city. At the last council meeting, council considered the county's request to extend the license agreements for the 3 ballot boxes that exist in the city for a 5-year period. These boxes are located at the front entrance to City Hall, at the Municipal Golf Course parking lot, and at the Jim Johnson Memorial Sports Park. Council indicated concern with the aesthetics of the boxes and asked me to communicate with the County of Orange to see if it would be possible to basically allow the city to remove the boxes and store them when an election is not taking place in the county. And council further directed that if that was not possible, that I talk to the Registrar of Voters to see if perhaps there are locations for the boxes that would be less impactful. The Registrar of Voters did consider the city's request, and the county does not support removal and storage of the ballot drop boxes when not in use, and recommends that council allow the existing ballot drop boxes to remain at their current locations. The Registrar of Voters, however, did indicate that it would be amenable to relocating the box that's located at City Hall to the planter area, basically next to the existing utility drop box. If council were to do that, that box would need to be designated as a drive-through box only because it doesn't meet the qualifications for a walk-up box. It does not have a pedestrian walkway. Neil Kelly, the Orange County Registrar of Voters, is on this call, and he is available to respond to any questions that you may have.
Well, I can start council off. I can talk about what we experienced with that box in front of City Hall. People, because they couldn't drive up to it, they didn't park in designated parking spots and then would stop in the drive aisle and then walk over to the box. I think part of that was because of the fact that we're in COVID and our parking lot is not full. So I'm not sure if that would happen in the future once we have our City Hall is completely open. Right now it's currently locked and it's by appointment only. So I don't understand where it would go in the planter to make it a drive up to. So can staff explain that?
Yes. Are you familiar with where the utility box is now?
I thought I was, but if it's a drive up, I'm not.
Yes, you can drive up. There's only one planter area in the front of City Hall. It's not very big, but the white utility box is there. And the ballot drop box, if you chose that planter location, would be just slightly past it.
So would it still be in the walkway as you walk up to the front door of City Hall?
No, it would actually be in the parking area.
Can you give a better location where that planter is? Because I'm just not getting it.
It's in your packet. Let me find out which
No,
page.
I've got it. I will look. I didn't see it in there.
It's attached to the license agreement.
While you're looking for that, Madam Mayor, may I ask Neil Kelly a question?
Yes, please.
Thank you, Neil, for joining us tonight. Just a simple question. What's the reluctance of the county to have these boxes simply moved to stored for the 2-year interval and then return to their proper location at the right time? What's the concern there?
Well, thank you, Mayor and members of the council for allowing me to speak tonight to you all. And thank you for the question. You know, there's a lot of good research and data that comes out of 3 states close to us, Washington, Oregon, and Colorado, that have been using drop boxes for, in some cases, over 20 years. And the data is very clear that voters depend on the location of those boxes being known to them. And when they have been removed in the past, particularly in the state of Washington, there was a tremendous backlash from voters and then confusion among voters when the elections then would crop up again. And so it's really important, I think, for voter confidence, voter security, and just overall knowledge of where those boxes are to keep them in place in between elections. And as you know, council member, sometimes in Orange County, we have 3 or 4 elections a year. And so it does happen more often, I think, than people think.
You know, Mr. Kelly, I think one of the issues I had with the Dropbox being right at the front door of City Hall is during the election time, I was on the ballot and I'd walk past that ballot box and voters would want to engage me. And I felt really uncomfortable with that.
Yeah.
You know, they all were saying they were voting for me, but I know some of them were lying. But you know, it was in, I think they voted for Chris instead. I just don't think that box being at the front door is an appropriate place for that, because it could bring questions up of I was electioneering next to the ballot box.
Yes, sir. That's a valid point. And I think that's certainly why I was interested in compromising and trying to find a better location at your city hall. I will say this, those ballot boxes in your city were used by almost half of the voters in San Clemente, and bipartisan, by the way, almost evenly split between Democrats and Republicans. So they're just as popular in your city as they are countywide. And to your point, Laguna Woods had a similar issue with that box right in front of their city hall. And we did the exact same thing. We moved it across into the parking lot. It became a drive up, and the voters love it because now they have that drive up access. And so I think it's a great point.
And Mayor Ward, I did find that page.
Please, is it 36?
No, it's 48.
Ah.
48.
I am having a hard time with this. Let's see. I see. Okay. So it's actually not in front of City Hall anymore. It's in the 3rd drive aisle towards Negocio. So a car would come along that small little bulb out planter next to the 2nd and 3rd drive aisle and would be able to stop and put their ballot in.
Correct.
Okay.
The same way people drop off the utility payments right now.
In that same planter.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you. That, I think it would work better because what I saw is people they wouldn't even park. They just stopped in the drive aisle, and that's not good. We have our sheriffs responding from here and other people. I don't want to see accidents. So I think I would agree with the new location. I understand it now. Thank you. I was looking at the wrong map for that.
I agree with the drive up location too. I'd just like to say to Mr. Kelly, thank you for hanging in so long tonight. And thank you for running a heck of an election. I think we're lucky to have you. And thanks for being here with us.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Councilmember. I appreciate it.
Would he have said that if he'd lost? You know,
He wouldn't. He wouldn't be here.
Yeah, that's right. I wouldn't say because I wouldn't be here.
in this platform.
That's
So,
true.
Madam Clerk, do you need us to read this, all 4 staff recommendation?
Yes, ma'am. And on number 3, that's where you would indicate that you want the drive-up box. And since if it sounds like you're choosing the drive-up box, you will also need to take action as identified in item 4, takes a $1,000 appropriation just to ready the location for the box.
If I could, Madam Mayor, if I can say one more thing.
Yes.
The city clerk enlightened me on something as well that may have gone to Councilmember Knobloch's question a few moments ago. As I understand it, if there was an election anywhere in the county, that if we were to put those boxes away, our boxes would still have to be out because a voter from anywhere in the county could drop in one of our boxes. Is that correct, Mr. Kelly?
Well, let me clarify that. So if it's within your city, obviously those boxes would be open. But if it is, for instance, we're running the 2nd District Board election right now, and your boxes are not open in San Clemente.
Okay,
so,
got
yeah,
it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I think the point is that if you're located in a different city, but it's a countywide election, you could use our Dropbox, even though it's not the Dropbox for the city you live in.
Yes, sir, that's correct. And it happens quite often.
Yeah.
Got it.
So Madam Clerk, why is the city of San Clemente, we have to pay to relocate this box? Just checking on that.
Well, the council indicated at the last meeting that it would be willing to move the box and to move it back and to assume that cost. So I think we just basically assumed that since this was a much smaller cost and it was compromised, that the city would do it.
And Mayor, could I add something? Is that possible?
Yes.
So, and we at the county certainly appreciate the support and partnership if your council is willing to do that. And my office would incur the cost of removing the box and then installing it on that concrete pad, which is several $1,000s to get that accomplished. And so that is part of our obligation as well.
Okay, so to clarify, we do not need to pay the $1,000. The Register of Voters office would take that on. Are you saying that the Register of Voters, it's going to cost you $2,000 or more, so we have to pay $1,000?
No, so the concrete pad installation is that part of that $1,000. Once that's installed, then we would come in, remove the box from the bolts, reinstall the bolts into that concrete pad and make sure it's secure and installed.
Okay.
I'm
So
ready to make a motion.
let me just ask a real quick question. Did our engineering staff, our traffic staff look at this, that it would be okay to move it to this location?
Yes, I worked very closely with them to make sure they were happy.
Okay. I see Mr. Vonnegut, so I just wanted to check that. So who said that they would make a motion?
That would be me.
All right, start reading.
Approve and authorize the mayor to execute contract C-19-90, a license agreement by and between the County of Orange and City of San Clemente, providing for the placement of a ballot box at the municipal golf course parking lot for a 5-year period. 2, approve and authorize the mayor to execute contract 19-91, a license agreement by and between the County of Orange and City of San Clemente, providing for the placement of a ballot box at the Jim Johnson Memorial Sports Park for a 5-year period. 3, approve and authorize the mayor to execute contract C-19-92, a license agreement by and between the County of Orange and City of San Clemente, providing for the placement of a ballot box at 910 Cali Negocio for a 5-year period. And then, or version 2, and permit a drive-through only box in the planter area of the City Hall parking lot. 4, if council chooses to approve the placement of a drive-through only ballot box in the planter area of the parking lot at 910 Cali Negocio, approve a supplemental appropriation of $1,000 from the general fund undesignated fund balance to account 001-617-43890.
Second.
Okay. Councilmember Duncan,
Aye.
Councilmember Ferguson,
Aye.
Councilmember Noblock,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem James,
Aye.
and Mayor Ward.
Aye.
And that carries 5-0.
Thank
Thank you
you.
so much, Neil.
Thank you again.
Oh, Mr.
Thank you, Mr. Kelly.
And have a good evening.
You too.
Mayor Ward, regarding this item, I just want to mention that our last council meeting, we had adopted a inventory of standard contracts. And I see this license agreement that we have, I think is a great pro forma document. So I'd like to ask the city attorney and the city manager to take this license agreement, incorporate that into our inventory of documents for future use. I don't know if that needs to be agendized or if they can just do it, but it needs to get included in that inventory. I think it's because I didn't see one in the last inventory of documents. Do you need a motion? Do you need a motion to do that, or is that?
No, I believe they're nodding their heads. Go ahead, Scott.
Use that as a model license when that template's required. Thank you. We worked through it, have reviewed it in advance, and couldn't agree more.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Next item is a report from the Human Resources Manager concerning the creation of a community outreach worker position. And I do have one comment.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, this is from Mara Nikolek. Good evening again, Mayor, Council, and staff. I'm glad that the city is taking the step to use available monies to hire an in-house community outreach worker. I think the city and the unhoused residents can be served well by this. I just wanted to caution you all, though, that in researching this possibility, staff looked at examples from Long Beach and Costa Mesa to see that they have had success with having their own in-house outreach staff. But it needs to be noted that both Long Beach and Costa Mesa have shelters. Outreach in San Clemente, with no access to any shelter for most, cannot be expected to yield the results that Long Beach and Costa Mesa tout. As I and others have previously pointed out, even CityNet has said as much. With nowhere for people to go, outreach will have little effect on homelessness in San Clemente. There is a lot that can be done to help, to be sure, but to make visible change and truly help people out of homelessness, there must be somewhere for people to go. We continue to need affordable housing options in town and need to look at the possibilities of emergency or transitional shelter. Again, thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to contribute to these conversations. That's all I have.
Do we have a staff presentation on this?
Yes, good evening, Council, Mayor Ward. This is Heather Lowe, Human Resources Manager for the city. The item in front of you tonight is to approve the new classification of community outreach worker and also approve the revised salary schedule that places this new classification at grade 42. As you are aware, in December of 2020, the council directed staff to create this new position entitled Community Outreach Worker that would specifically address issues and concerns of homelessness. This position basically would be the social services, social work side that would work in tandem with our code compliance technician and the code enforcement side. This position was researched by looking at the city of Long Beach and Costa Mesa, and the salary was determined by looking at both internal salary equity within the code compliance department, as well as external salaries, and specifically Costa Mesa. So the position is being recommended at grade 42, which is the same salary range as our code compliance technician. It falls in alignment with the code compliance department as a whole entity within the city. This position is a limited term position, not to exceed 4 years. And for your information, this position has already been posted to our website to start the process of getting the word out that we are hiring this position. It did also disclose that it was subject to City Council approval. So once, if this is approved tonight, that will be removed from the job posting. As of this evening, we have 35 applications and the job will be posted until the end of the month. And I am here if you have any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Lowe. Is there any council questions or comments?
Hi, Mayor Ward. I do
Yes.
have one. Thank you. I have one for Ms. Lowe. Ms. Lowe, I noticed in the resolution, section 1, limited term is missing. Resolution number 20-61 is hereby amended to add the new position of community outreach worker. I think it's a great idea. I supported it when the council discussed it, but if we need to make sure, is there a reason that wasn't in there in the resolution? Just wondered.
No, it's a limited term position. That is what was approved by City Council previously. So we can definitely add that to the documents to make sure that there is no confusion.
Oh, that would be wonderful. Thank you. Good job. Wonderful too on the recruitment, 35 positions already. That's excellent. And are we requiring, I haven't seen the description, so my apologies if it's already answered out there, but are we requiring a social worker, a license in social work?
We are requiring a bachelor's degree in fields that are related to social work, along with 2 years of specific experience in this field.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Okay, I'm not seeing Mayor Pro Tem James.
Who's the hiring manager? Who's going to report to this person?
So this position will primarily report to Adam Atamian, the Code Compliance Manager, as well as Cecilia Gallardo-Daly.
When do interviews start?
The position will close on February 28th, and at that point, I will review all of the applications to determine that the candidates meet the minimum requirements. And then at that point, we will start establishing when that first round of oral boards will occur. So potentially the second week in March would probably be the soonest that we could get something slated.
And what does the board look like?
So typically we will have what we call an oral board, where we have external raters sit on an interview panel and ask a series of questions and score all of the applicants accordingly based on their responses in the interview process. The candidates that score the highest in that process then would move forward in the process to an internal board made up of the hiring manager and potentially other mid-managers across the city that would either have some level of interaction with this individual or has a good sense of what skills we're looking for and would be able to interview the candidates in that environment.
Thank you.
Okay, is there any council member that would like to make a motion?
I'll make the
Make a
motion.
motion. Oh, go ahead,
No, go
Councilmember
for it.
Duncan.
Go for it, Laura.
I'd love to second your motion. How's that? Can we make a deal? Go
All
for it.
right. Well, I'm happy we're doing this as well. I agree with Laura. I think it's a good first step towards a comprehensive addressing of our homeless issue. And I hope that, as we talked about before, the subcommittee on homelessness provides a resource for this individual to help them be able to do their job better. So with that, I move to adopt resolution number 21-04, entitled a resolution of the City Council of the City of San Clemente, California, adopting a revised salary schedule and new job description, and amending resolution number 20-61 and any other resolutions in conflict therewith, and adding the proviso that the resolution be amended to clarify that this is a limited term position, as Councilmember Ferguson indicated.
Excellent. I'll second your motion, Councilmember Duncan.
Okay, so motion by Councilmember Duncan, second by Councilmember Ferguson.
Councilmember Duncan.
Aye.
Councilmember Ferguson.
Aye.
Councilmember Noblock.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem James.
Aye.
And Mayor Ward.
Aye.
And that carries 5-0. The next item is item 9A, and that's the warrant register and payroll register.
Is there any council member that has any comments on the warrant register or the payroll register?
I
Mayor?
am Councilmember or Mayor Ward. Thank you. I'd like to I'd like to poll the warrant register dated on those warrants paid 2/12/21. It's the last item of the 4. And I'm specifically talking about 9A4-3. That's the page number on the bottom right-hand corner.
Did you say 212?
Yes, I did, Councilmember Noblock, 2/12/21. And I just had some questions about the BB&K billing. And it's page on the bottom right-hand corner is a page number with the date of today's meeting, 9A, in parentheses, the number 4-3.
Go ahead, Laura.
Oh, thank you. And this is a question for the city attorney. Well, kind of 2 questions in one. The special meetings, does that happen to do with the censure hearing from November 23rd? And if so, I wanted to note that we haven't seen any of the billing from Christina Talley and Talley Law Firm, for the special counsel hired to defend the majority city council at that time. Could you tell me if those are your bills for that and when we'll see Miss Talley's bills?
Finance staff can confirm this, Councilmember Ferguson and council, but this would be charges just for our participation. Hers are billed separately directly to the city from her firm.
And so these are yours, $12,033.20.
Yeah, I'm not sure what meetings that covers. Our contract with the city has special meetings covered under our retainer, and special meetings billed separately. So whatever, you've had a couple of special meetings in the recent past, and so I don't know which ones that covers.
Okay, all right. And then, so we'd have to check with Miss Talley on when she'll be submitting her bills for payment, because we've had some public records requests that have gone unanswered because the city hasn't received the bills and it's been 3 months.
Yeah, we'll have to check with her. I know she's had a personal crisis.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Okay, fair enough. All right, well, that's all I had. Thank you.
Councilmember Ferguson, will you move the item since you pulled it?
Thank you. I will move the item. I'd like to move or make a motion to approve the warrant register and the payroll register.
Second.
Motion by Councilmember Ferguson, second by Mayor Pro Tem James.
Councilmember Duncan,
Aye.
Councilmember Ferguson,
Aye.
Councilmember Noblock,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem James,
Aye.
and Mayor Ward.
Aye.
And that carries 5-0. Okay, the next item is item 9B, report from the Public Works Director, City Engineer concerning the approach for the replacement of the Mariposa Beach Trail Bridge. And we do have one comment to read.
Good evening, Mayor Ward and City Council members. Tom Vonnegut, Public Works Director. My Deputy Public Works Director, Ziad Mazboudi, is on the meeting tonight. He's been leading this effort. So if it's your pleasure, I'd like to have him make a few key points and then answer any questions. Our intent is to get your concurrence on the proposed approach before we launch into the detailed design and permitting. But maybe let us know in light of a public comment if you'd like to handle that first or after Ziad's brief presentation.
So council, what is your pleasure on that? Would you like to hear the public comment first or after presentation?
First.
Okay. Madam Clerk, let's hear the comment.
This comment is from Eric Ward. Mayor Ward and City Council, the Beach Trail Bridge was built in 2007. The staff report recommends replacing the bridge due to increased maintenance costs. Painting costs of the steel bridge are estimated at $167,000 per year per the staff report. At a replacement cost of $4.6 million, this investment would have a payback of 27 years or a rate of return of 2%, which would be a very poor use of the taxpayers' money. This should not be approved. The Golden Gate Bridge was completed in 1937 and designed for a 100-year lifespan. It was constructed using the same materials as the beach trail and has the same requirement for annual touch-up painting. The quality of a paint job is 90% dependent on the surface preparation, which is done using power washers, grinders, needle guns, and sandblasting. The paint typically used is an inorganic zinc primer and an acrylic top coat. The painting procedure should be reviewed to ensure that they are providing a high quality job. The staff report showed that the recommended solution was replacing the steel bridge with a timber bridge. Since the strength of steel is about 10 times greater than that of wood, it is unlikely that the substructure designed for a steel bridge would be adequate for a wood structure. No details were provided about modifications required. Regards, Eric Ward, Subcommittee resident. And that's it for public comments.
Thank you. So, Mr. Vonnegut, would you like to address that, or I believe?
Sure. Let me address the comment, and then I'll have Ziad give a couple key points. Yeah, I appreciate the comment about the Golden Gate Bridge, but it doesn't get touch-up paint. I lived in San Francisco for a number of years. They paint it, and then they turn around and they paint it again. They're always painting that bridge. And we actually have quite a similar issue with our smaller beach trail bridge. And it was constructed in two parts in 2006 and 2008 is when we put the newest section into service. And we are having challenges keeping up with the rust, even though it has a three-part system of paint and coatings, and it's weathering steel underneath. It's an issue. And our costs are based on actual contractor bid. We thought that we would go and actually do a comprehensive recoating of it. And based on an actual contractor bid, we found out, and we're quite surprised at the cost to do it right now that it's in place to recoat it. We have been doing touch-ups, but we need to get underneath and do a major recoat, and it's too expensive. We thought, and as we discussed with you in prior LTFPs, that it makes more sense to just replace it with something that needs less maintenance. And so we looked at options. We had a highly reputable consulting engineer specializing in structures, and that will be the basis of Ziad's key points. So I get it, but there is a better rate of return by replacing it, or we wouldn't recommend that you go down this path. We could just keep repainting it. It doesn't seem to make sense to us to keep throwing millions of dollars every few years at it. So with that, Ziad, make a few points if you would, please, and then we'll be happy to answer any other questions your council may have.
Mute here. Good evening, Madam Mayor, honorable council members. Ziad Masbouri, Deputy Public Works Director. The city retained KPFF consulting engineers to perform alternative analysis for the replacement of the bridge. As Tom explained, we've had to deal with ongoing maintenance, and we needed a solution. We needed a bridge to replace the existing with material that will deal with the weather that we have. So the alternative analysis compared different bridges, materials, and configuration while exploring corresponding costs, constructability methods, and challenges where the bridge is located. It's very difficult to access the bridge for replacement, long-term maintenance, lifespan, risks, and permitting requirements. You know, we fall under the Coastal Commission requirement. So the analysis looked at several types of bridges. Obviously, the existing steel that we have is not really an option. They looked at bridges with outriggers, which we told them we didn't want. And then they looked at aluminum truss bridges and timber truss bridges. So these two were kind of the top two candidates. However, the aluminum bridge didn't, even though the cost is less expensive, it doesn't blend in with the surrounding environment that we have there. It will be very shiny and it will not be as attractive and it will heat up probably. The timber bridge, in contrast, provided a bridge alternative that had a natural appearance and blended with the existing surrounding environment. Then they also looked at various ways to install the bridge or to replace it, from a heavy lift helicopter to using the railroad to trucks and cranes. And the option that they recommended was an option called launching system, span by span, which actually hooks up to the existing bridge and then they removed a section at a time. So the recommendation that we have at this time is we recommend to have a timber bridge using the launching system method. As Tom discussed, we also looked at the lifespan cost. How much would the cost of just maintaining versus replacing? And timber bridge is, we're told that it lasts 50 years with no recording necessary and with minimal maintenance, versus if we would have to maintain a similar bridge, we'd pay $2.5 million every 15 years, in addition to the ongoing maintenance. We presented the different costs for the bridge in the agenda report, and then the staff, based on your recommendation, will be incorporating into the budget any additional cost needed. So at this time, staff recommend that the City Council approve the recommended bridge replacement approach with a timber bridge using the launching system method. And I'll be happy to take any questions.
I have a few questions, if I could, Madam Mayor.
Yes, go ahead.
Tom, in your presentation, you mentioned about the fix, the comprehensive repair. You said it's too expensive. What is too expensive? What numbers you're talking?
It's too expensive relative to replacing it outright. I'm talking about the cost to do a comprehensive recoding.
I heard you. What is the cost? What dollar amount?
That's the $2.5 million estimated to every time to go repaint it.
$3.5 million to repaint it?
2.5 in the 2.5 number in the report.
Okay. Another question. The aluminum bridge lasts how long?
I'll defer to Ziad on that one.
The aluminum bridge, how long would it last?
Yeah, you said that would last up to 50 years. How long would the aluminum last?
I don't have it right here, but it lasts longer than
doesn't rot like wood naturally would. So it would be longer than the timber. Can the aluminum be painted to have the muteness of it dulled so that it doesn't glare in your eyes on the beach?
It probably would, but the weather there will be going through that paint, so we'll have similar maintenance ongoing. And then our consultant said that probably the Coastal Commission wouldn't support the aluminum as much as they would support the timber bridge where it's located.
You're saying that the Coastal Commission would not support? You said not support as much. They may have a preference for wood, but they wouldn't deny it if it were going to be aluminum.
The thinking is, I mean, they supported the steel bridge with the paint, but the aluminum bridge would still require ongoing maintenance more than what the timber would require.
I walked the bridge today, and I did something I've never done before. I actually walked underneath it. It was difficult to get down there, but I was surprised at the extent of the rust underneath. But what surprised me even more was the impact of the slope slide that currently is pushing against the bridge and has nudged one of the central cement pylons, one of the supports off of the pylon off to the side 4 or 5 inches. And I guess what I'm thinking is if we replace this now with the current earth movement that we're experiencing there, we could be spending a lot of money on a brand new bridge and have the earth movement negatively impacted. We may have to replace the new bridge fairly soon if that earth movement gets severe. So I'm just wondering if this is an appropriate time to do this kind of a capital expenditure.
Well, let me answer that, council member. As you saw firsthand, you see the extensive rust underneath. So going to become a structural problem, sooner than later. in terms of the slope, that's why we have a bridge, obviously, in this section. It was designed from the get-go to be above the slope to allow the bluff to erode over time and slide underneath it. Of course, recently we've had some bigger chunks come off and had a big one that actually, dented the bridge in that one section. When we do this project, if your council approves it, we will come out back and remove some material from below to essentially create that free space again and promote more of the bluff sliding underneath the replacement bridge as it was intended to. But you're right, that could happen in the future. What we're trying to do, though, is replace the bridge without significant support modifications and raising it and so forth. So we'll clear out material from underneath and then monitor that in the future.
Councilor Knobloch, does that answer your questions?
It does. Thank you, Tom.
Okay.
Madam Mayor, would this be an appropriate time to make a motion to go beyond 11 o'clock?
Ooh. I will make a motion to go beyond 11 o'clock.
Second.
Okay. Madam Clerk.
Yes. Councilmember Duncan.
Aye.
Councilmember Ferguson.
Aye.
Councilmember Knobloch.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem James.
Aye.
And Mayor Ward.
Aye.
Carries 5-0.
Thank you.
Mayor Ward, if I may.
Mayor Pro Tem, did you have any other comments?
My only comment is a question, and that is, what risk do we have with doing nothing with the bridge, and how long can we do nothing with the bridge?
That's a great question. Ziad might have more details, but the basic risk is as the structure rusts, particularly underneath, I can touch up the top side rails, but underneath the support structure will become weak to the point that it won't be safe to carry the weight of pedestrians on there. When that happens is a hard crystal ball, but and we'll probably, if we take no action, hire and do another assessment next fiscal year to make sure I stay ahead of it. But we're probably looking at only a couple years, 2, 3, maybe 4 years. It's really hard to say. It could be a little bit longer, but those support beams, some of them are getting in shape. It's not a concern now. We did assess it, but I'm trying to get ahead of it so that I'm not waiting until the very last minute to fix this. I hope that answers your question, but that's the best I've got.
So I really have a bit of a finance question now. Can we set money aside for a period of 3 or 4 years and create a fund to pay for this bridge?
Well, that's a great point, Mayor Pro Tem, and that's essentially what we have been doing to this point. We had originally budgeted a smaller amount, I think 2 fiscal years ago, added a little bit more in because we recognized that this bridge replacement was going to be a single large project, and to minimize the impact in any one year of our budget, because it's general funds, we were starting to save up. And we have a certain amount, and as the report pointed out, we might need more. And so we are kind of working our way towards that. So we've been trying to add money and save up in anticipation of doing this project.
Can we safely kick the can down the road for 2 years?
I think I'd be in a better position to answer that if I turned around and hired a consultant to do a structural assessment. I'm thinking probably, but there still is process involved. It takes time to get through, as you will.
How much would a consultant cost you?
I'd have to get back. I'd hate to throw out a number and be wrong, but we could report that back by your next meeting.
I would like to defer this until we have that number.
Okay, so we have that. Councilmember Ferguson, you had a comment?
Thanks, Mayor Ward. I did a couple, well, the first one, just clarifying for Mr. Vonnegut. Councilmember Knobloch had asked you about the paint, right, and the cost, the annual maintenance cost. You said in every few years, it's about 2.5 million. I just wanted to point out in the report, it says every 15 years, it's 2.5 million.
That's
So
correct.
which is correct.
It's the 2.5 million every 15 years or
15
so,
years.
as stated
Okay.
in the report.
Okay, so 167,000 a year, which seems a value considering 4.6 million could take us 27.5 years to pay that back, to recoup that money. And then I wanted to point out too, the bridge is only 12 years old. When we installed that, did we know that it sounds like with the 4 more years or so left, we projected it wouldn't last even 20 years.
Yeah, I can't speak to, some of the original design, but I think it is, it's getting wear and tear quicker than what we expected it to last. So I think that's a fair statement.
Okay, but we can replace those steel support beams as they are needed to be replaced, right? Without a full replacement.
No, we can't. We'd have to take a whole section of bridge out. You can't just take a member out. We'd have to take a whole span. It's a pre-constructed span. I can't unweld a piece.
Is that 2 feet, 5 feet? How big is it?
The spans are 100 feet.
100 feet, okay. And lastly, for the funding for this, I noticed that it says that the 3 million of the 4.6 million for this replacement proposal comes from Facilities Reserve Fund. This might be a question maybe for Mr. Ron, but I know that Mayor Pro Tem James has proposed in a prior meeting that we start thinking of future council chambers. Now, this Facilities Reserve Fund, is that a fund in which a future city council chambers would come out of?
I think I'll defer to the interim city manager to confirm, but it's my understanding that there is is it a community facilities fund similar to our public safety fund that has available budget that would act as the primary source for a new council chambers. I don't know if I got that correct. So Eric, if you could help me out.
That's correct. We would be recommending the Civic Center Fund.
Civic Center Fund.
For the chamber project, which is one of our mitigation fees that still has a balance accrued with it.
How much is in there?
I'd have to reference the budget and let you know, but I want to say a couple of $1 million, but if you want to be patient with me, I can look in the budget and give you the exact answer.
But while you're looking for that interim city manager, Mayor Pro Tem, do you have any, or I'm sorry, Councilmember Ferguson, do you have any more questions?
Oh, just one more about the Facilities Reserve Fund in which the 3 million's been identified to come out of to cover this $4.6 million bridge. Is that going to be depleted if we use the 3 million, or what would the balance be?
So, Councilmember Ferguson, to go back to your second question is with regards to the balance. So on page 157 of the budget, facilities maintenance currently shows a balance of $3.1 million specifically for facilities maintenance. And so obviously.
Oh, this is, excuse me, Mr. Sun, it's Facilities Reserve Fund, not Facilities Maintenance Fund is the identified source. It's okay. We can gather that information later. I'm with Mayor Pro Tem James. I'd like to defer this anyhow so we can gather a little bit more information for future discussion.
So I did find the correct fund. It is a reserve fund, but it's called facilities maintenance, and your balance is 3.1 million.
Oh, okay.
What was earmarked for the bridge was $3 million for the beach trail bridges maintenance.
Okay, so it'd be 100,000 left over from there. Okay, thank you, Mr. Sun, for looking that up. Appreciate it. I'm finished. Thank you, Mayor Ward.
So, Mr. Vonnegut, I have a question. If we did approve this tonight, how long are you looking at for design, engineering, Coastal Commission approval, all of that? What are we looking at down the road?
So with your approval tonight, our initial estimate was that we might be in a position to start construction by the end of the calendar year, but the big if I think that's right, Ziad. The big if is how long it takes to go through coastal. We would go right into design, enough design to be able to submit a permit application to get that process started. And then while that's going, develop a design build package for a contractor to work on the details and hire them to finish it out.
So what is your timeline? Because I know we try to do projects not in the summertime when people are using our coastal trail. So what are we looking at?
Right. So this would be by the end of the calendar year, we'd be looking at late fall or early winter. We certainly, I would never propose your approval to do this during the peak summer season. We know how inconvenient that would be. So we would stay out of that period.
So it sounds like we're almost at 2 years. If it's going to be in the fall after the calendar year is this next January. You said calendar year, you didn't say fiscal year.
Right, this calendar year.
End of December, looking at maybe a design build, and then you would start in the fall. So that's a whole year after that. So am I wrong? It's not 2 years?
I'm sorry, I guess I wasn't clear. No, we would actually start the bridge replacement by the end of the calendar year this year.
Okay, all right. I was looking at the design, going to Coastal Commission at the end of the year. Okay.
Yeah, we would try and go to coastal as soon as we could get a concept based on your direction and get in the permitting ASAP.
Okay. So council that's asked for this to be delayed, I'm still looking for what that would do for us. This bridge is not something that's a surprise. It's been brought up for many years. The rusting that was going on, and we've tried several times to figure out how to paint it and stop the rusting, and we just couldn't do it. I did have a talk with prior council who approved this bridge many, many years ago, and they said it was supposed to never rust. Well, it is. So I think it wasn't planned that this would happen to this bridge, and it would take so much money to coat it. So what would it do if we pushed it out? That's what I'm not sure of, because they're saying that they're not sure if we have 2 more years, and we wouldn't start until this after January.
Mayor Ward.
Yeah, go ahead.
That's why I think it would be prudent for Mr. Vonnegut to retain a consultant, have that consultant do his expert analysis and come back in, I don't know, April or May with a report. And then, if that consultant says, you've got a year left on this, well, then I'd be more than happy to appropriate those funds. But if that consultant comes back and says, you've got 5 years left on this, well, then I think we continue to put money in reserve in order to make that significant capital purchase, 3 or 4 years from now.
Okay, so Mr. Vonnegut, we haven't had an expert on this yet.
We have, but it's been a few years since we had that structural evaluation. So I think I would answer to the councils that fortunately, we're not under immediate duress because we have been trying to plan and stay ahead of this. So if it's the council's desire, we can certainly quickly return to you with a cost to hire an expert to do another structural evaluation, get the results of that. And the only potential downside is that we might miss one construction season instead of this winter, be doing it the next winter. But my best guess is that's not the end of the world. And unless the consultant gives me a surprising outcome, we'll probably be okay, because again, we were trying to build in cushion to do this before the thing collapsed, so to speak. So
would that consultant be within the purview of the city manager?
If the cost exceeds $25,000, we would certainly come back to the council for your approval per policy. If it's below that, unless you wanted to see it, we would have the city manager approve the contract and just get on with it.
And I think that's what we'd want.
So if that's the council's desire, we're happy to do that. And I don't see that as posing a big problem other than the potential timing. But if that helps make a better decision, we'll certainly do that.
So Mr. Bonnier, let me just add one more point, because that's a good point that Mayor Pro Tem James made. If there's another slide in, say, we get a bunch of rain, is there not room for that that material to go underneath the bridge now, so it would bend the bridge again? Is that something that could happen?
It's possible. It's just hard to say how a bluff will fail and when. For years and years, it failed in small incremental chunks and it wasn't a problem. And then more recently, a bigger piece came. You know, we'll go out there as part of our regular beach maintenance and clear off a little material. There is a section where it's touching the bridge, but it's not putting pressure on it. And I have had a consultant look at that foundation and we're confident it's competent and not a problem at this point. But we monitor it at least weekly. And if we need to go out with a small hand crew and clear it, that's our approach. And we'll continue to do that until we can't do that. But right now it seems to be working.
So the only issue that I would see is maybe that could happen and we could lose where our bridge would have to be closed and the beach trail closed off. It happened a little bit after the last slide. I think we were closed for a little while. So
that's true, but it could happen anywhere along that 1,000-foot section. And so that's just, that's sort of the nature of those bluffs and why we have it there. And what we can do is to monitor it and stay on top of it and try and react. Short of raising the height of the bridge or cutting down the bluffs, you know, those are the only two options.
Okay.
Mayor Ward?
Yes, go ahead.
Two quick questions. One was brought up by one of the commenters. I'm not sure if it made it through to this full comment that was read, but the concern was that the foundation of the steel bridge is not the same foundation you would use with the timber bridge. So his claim was that you may have to replace the whole foundation, not just the actual bridge itself. So I'm wondering if Tom, if you or Ziad have looked at that. Is that built into this cost or is that not the case?
Yeah, I'll let Ziad handle that, but.
So our direction to the consultant was to look, and the bridge that is proposed, the timber, will use the exact same foundation that's currently there to place a bridge at the same, using the same foundation. So no, the replacement of foundation is not included because it's not needed.
Okay. And then the other question, and I'm not sure if it's in the, I apologize if it's in the report, but when was the last time we had the $2.5 million major maintenance?
So well, a year, go ahead, Tom.
So we haven't done that. That's based on a cost when we were preparing to go out to recoat the bridge. That's originally what the project was. We knew we couldn't keep up with the spot repair anymore of the paint. And so that was based on a contractor bid and it was quite shocking. And so that's caused us to start looking at life cycle costs instead of just recommending to you that we start spending millions every so often.
I see. So that 2.5 was going to come up no matter what imminently. And you started thinking, why would we pay 2.5 for a bridge that we're going to have to do 2.5 again 15 years from now? In addition to the other costs along the way, when we could do something that would last longer in the long run, wouldn't need those major maintenance. Okay.
That's exactly correct.
Thank you.
Okay, so good comments. Is there, Mayor Pro Tem, are you still of the mind to put it off for 2 more years? Get a consultant?
I'm of the mind to bring a consultant in and for Mr. Vonnegut to come back in May and give us a report.
May I suggest something? Just so we hired the consultant to prepare the design, prepare a package. So my thinking is whether we build it now or in a year or 2, we have a consultant that has to prepare environmental stuff and has to prepare the package and the design for a replacement. We definitely will follow through as you recommended, but is that a consideration to take to maybe keep, if you guys support the concept of the timber bridge and the methodology, so that we keep things moving, you know, and maybe we move it and then we have it ready, and we support the funding based on whatever you determine or we determine by the consultant, but let's keep the process moving, since we have a consultant that you awarded a few months back to prepare all of that. Instead of stopping everything, let's keep them moving and prepare the package for us, and we only go out to build it when you authorize us to build it.
I don't.
Just a suggestion.
Yeah, I don't like that suggestion at all. I think the request, as I heard it from Mayor Pro Tem, was to have a consultant to opine on the lifespan of the bridge. I don't think we should go forward. In fact, I'm not in favor of building a wooden bridge. I think if anything, we need an aluminum bridge with a muted paint to keep the shine down. That cost is not the same as the major remedial work with grinding and the major work that has to happen on a rust damaged bridge. So, Zayed, I appreciate your comment, but I think we just need to address the life right now, just the life of the bridge. That's my suggestion.
So, Mr. Vonnegut, you heard those comments. When you go and you find out that, you know, the life expectancy, then also come back to us with what the requirement would be for an aluminum bridge, because what I heard is painting it would be difficult. We'd be in the same situation we're in now. So I'd like that question answered when you come back to us with that.
Right. So we'll do some more homework. If I could recap then, what I've heard the council's desire would be, we will go and seek a consultant to, as Councilmember Noblock said, our main focus will be inspect the bridge and come up with a professional estimate of the existing remaining lifespan and report that back to you to help inform our next steps. And then also to do a little bit more homework because we assumed aluminum just wouldn't be acceptable, but perhaps with appropriate treatments, it might be acceptable to your council. So let us flesh that out some more. That's why we wanted to come to you for direction, and then we'll report that back as well. I think those are the two main items.
That's what I heard. Does anyone have anything else to add? Nope. Okay. So
hey, great. Thank you.
I don't think you need a vote from us. You just have direction.
Right. I think I'm good. Thank you.
Thank you, Zayed.
Thank you. Thank you.
Nice to see you.
The next item is a report from the Public Works Director, City Engineer, concerning an update and adjustment to the city's SC Rides program.
So good evening, Mayor Ward and council members. It's Tom Vonnegut again. I'll be very brief given the late hour. I know you read the report. I just want to emphasize why this is coming back to you and what we're asking of you. And the long story short is, when we did this pilot program with Lyft, we had a single appropriation of 900,000, or excuse me, almost $1 million. That's noted in your report. That was intended to cover the entire program with a cost match, of course, from OCTA. And so the report details the process and how we got to there. We're basically running up against that appropriation limit now. We thought we were going to hit that in fall and did some finer projections. So what that means is, to keep the program running, we need your authorization to increase the appropriation cap. As noted in the report, 90% of that comes back from OCTA. This is if, in fact, your council desires to continue the SC Rides program. And what staff has looked at also is, when this pandemic issue starts to lessen, we expect ridership will rebound, as you saw in that graph. And again, if it's the council's desire to have this program, at least until the time the current grant runs out, and not pay more money than you were expecting, not put more general fund money at it, we have some cost saving measure to change the rate structure as well that's noted in the report. Now, we wouldn't implement that until we need to, but because it's part of the agreement with OCTA, I'm asking for your approval tonight so I can get that in place if and when I need to change that subsidy. And so I'm happy to answer those questions, but the program started a certain way to replace bus service. We put it together in quite a hurry. It's been wildly successful, but it is, there's a big subsidy paid to the riders. In other words, OCTA and the city are putting out a lot of money, and we're trying to keep some cost protections to the city. We've looked at options, and this is what we've come up with. So I hope that gives you a thumbnail sketch. And of course, I'm happy to answer any questions you have about the program.
Council, is there any questions? Mayor, go ahead. Councilmember.
Thanks, Mayor Ward. Mr. Vonnegut, I was curious, since the city has these flash surveys that we do on various topics. I've never seen the results, but they're done online and people can respond to questions that the city has. Have we done such a survey for the riders who use this program on a regular basis? Because we are proposing a doubling of the user base fare from $2 to $4. We know how they'll be impacted, in other words, because I remember that there was quite a few teenagers that used this to get to their jobs that didn't drive, or kids with disabilities that to get to their jobs because their parents would sign them up for this. Do you know?
Well, the first part of your question is we haven't done surveys. And so that's one answer to your question. And I don't know how people would view it. I mean, obviously we set it at $2 to match what the bus fare was at the time the bus went away. The idea was to try and replicate the service. But in looking at all the options, unless we throw more money at it, somewhere the money's got to come from somewhere. And so will they like it? I don't think so. No one wants to pay more if they don't have to, but I'm trying to come up with a sustainable program, and this is the recommendation how to do it.
Okay, well, I appreciate that. And it's really a council, I appreciate your input on that. I just really always want to know how people will be impacted when we're going to raise fees as a proposal, rather than surprise them, right? It's really important. And it's obviously a very successful program. A lot of people use it, and we're talking 56,000. I mean, we approve contracts for consultants and legal bills that, you know, total millions. So, I mean, 56,000, I would not like to see that happen to the people. That's my opinion. Thank you.
I'm not seeing any other comments from City Council. So, Mr. Vonnegut, part of the council, I was part of the council that approved this program, you know, to do this when the bus went away. And I know it was always part of that we were going to look at fees in the future, and that we weren't going to always subsidize these rides in the same amount. So I appreciate you looking at how to keep the program going, and that we meet OCTA's requirements for it, because I'm seeing here, I mean, we have to do this to keep the program going. Is that correct?
Right. We certainly need the appropriation to keep the program going through the fiscal year. And then, as I noted, the new cost structure is a what if the ridership starts outpacing our cost match. I'd either have to come back to you for a handout or try and increase revenue somewhere else. And so that depends on when the ridership picks back up to the point where we start outpacing the grant.
Okay, so that's a good comment. So we're trying to keep up with the grant that we have been given by OCTA. And we always knew that if the ridership went up, we would have to probably increase the amount. So this isn't a surprise that we have to look at it. So I'm not gonna try to hamstring staff where they can't try to be agile on this and try to figure out how it can keep going. I mean, that's just my comment. I think we should approve it as staff is asked for it. They administer this program, and certainly it would be with notice to people, but the city's not in a position to subsidize this beyond our grant. We've always looked at that. So
Good comments, Mayor Ward. But yeah, so the 56,000, I'm totally supportive of. And as you noted with your question to Mr. Vonnegut, thanks for asking that, because that was very important to me, that this would have to come back anyhow to implement this alternative proposal. So thank you. I'm good with this.
Mr. Vonnegut, can you clarify that? Because the way I took it as we're allowing you to modify
Sure.
this as needed if it's needed.
Yeah, let me clarify. And so, yeah, we're asking for a 56,000 appropriation. Of course, about 90% of that would be reimbursed. So the net is 5,000 to 6,000 that we would be out for this fiscal year. And the other part of it, as noted, would be your council's approval to work with OCTA to change the rate structure, but we would craft that agreement in such a way as to not implement it until we need to. And we would track that closely and alert your council, before that happens, so that we could alert the ridership that a change is coming. That is, of course, unless, your council was ready to appropriate more money. But once we outpace the grant, every dollar that goes into the program is 100% on the city. And I'm trying to avoid that financial distress.
Well, I appreciate that. That's what we've instructed you to do with this program. So is there any other council comments? Mr. Duncan? No? Okay. Would someone like to make a motion?
Sure, I'll make a motion. To approve and authorize the Public Works Director / City Engineer to execute Amendment Number 3 to Contract C 16-71, the cooperative agreement by and between the City of San Clemente and OCTA. OCTA Agreement Number C-6-1301, providing for the program adjustments concerning the SC rides fare and subsidy structure as outlined in the administrative report dated February 16, 2021. 2, approve and authorize Public Works Director / City Engineer to execute Amendment Number 2 to Contract AC-755, the agreement by and between the City of San Clemente and Lyft, the vendor service provider for the program, providing for the program adjustments concerning the fare and subsidy structure as outlined in the administrative report dated February 16th, 2021. 3, approve a supplemental appropriation of $56,000 from the general fund undesignated fund balance to account 001-413-43890-000-00000 other contractual services to continue the SC RISE program through the fiscal year 2021, and 4, accept anticipated grant revenue of up to $15,400 to a general fund account 01-000-33790 other county grants from OCTA for the SC RISE program.
A motion by Mayor Pro Tem Gene James.
Second.
Second by Councilmember Duncan. Thank you.
Councilmember Duncan,
Aye.
Councilmember Ferguson,
Aye.
Councilmember Noblock,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem James,
Aye.
and Mayor Ward.
Aye.
Yeah, carries 5-0.
Great, thank you.
The next item on the agenda is oral communications part 2, but I don't have any cards.
We have gotten some comments in.
Oh, you have? Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right. First comment is from Amanda Quintanilla. Please tell me about why my public comment that I submitted was not allowed to be read during the oral communication section. My public comment that I submitted was not read in the oral communication section as I had specifically requested. Part of public comment was removed to be compliant with what Erickson stated, and it was still not read in the oral communication section. I would have not expected this
from happening in my hometown. My First Amendment rights were violated. Why did they put a timer on my public comment and not on anyone else? Also, why did the city clerk read 2 of my paragraphs twice when I did not submit it that way? She also read it slower than she had done at any other city council meetings. Arguably, this may be a deliberate attempt to prevent my full comment from being heard, as the normal cadence would have allowed my public comment in its entirety to be read. I have read letters with a 2-minute time frame at TCA meetings, and Ms. Bade's actions appear to be an attempt to silence me and may be a violation of my First Amendment rights. For clarification and upon further review of the Planning Commission meeting, it was discussed that TCA would have to condemn the county's interest of Los Patrones Parkway extension to be able to take it over and toll it. It was not the actual condemning of the road, but the ownership interests of the county. I will seek legal counsel regarding this. I'm appalled that you violated my First Amendment right. The next comment is from Martina, no last name provided. Good evening, council. Tonight's meeting continued the long-standing and pre-COVID tradition of limiting public speech and community participation in government. Tonight, council sessions were to be held in the community center to allow for social distancing, yet the general public was still forbidden to attend. Why? Countless other cities and agencies of government have now went to in dark and behind the curtain. Why? Why did Mayor Ward, Mayor Pro Tem James, and Councilmember Duncan vote to recess and move the meeting to remote session, even though numerous safety protocols were put in place? Does this city have a mask ordinance? Yes or no? Why were chat comments turned off when the Zoom session was streamed on YouTube? If YouTube is the platform for the broadcast, irrespective of the host, Zoom, why was a council vote required? Why wasn't a Zoom link sent to the general public for them to join and use that chat platform? The city and the acting city manager continue to make these costly mistakes in stifling free speech. Keep it up. BBK needs the money. And the final public comment is from Tony Rubolino. City Council, and looking at YouTube's live chat basics page, it specifically states live chat is turned on by default. Live chat has been a feature of every other YouTube live stream City Council meeting prior to tonight, going back as far as I can recall. However, at this meeting today, it was specifically turned off. If live chat is on by default, I'm led to believe that someone specifically and intentionally turned it off. Who made the call to do that? Was City Council involved in this decision? Why does turning on the live chat feature of the city's YouTube feed need to be agendized if in fact there was no agenda item to turn it off to turn off this switch in the first place? Or was there an underlying intent to censor public comments? Many who followed the city's YouTube live chat noted some negative comments targeting the actions and votes of specific city council members. Transparency on who was involved in the decision-making process on the city's live chat debacle is in order. And that's all I have for public comments.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, the next item on the agenda is city manager. I believe you're on mute.
I'll be very brief because the time frame. A couple of things that I wanted to provide an update to. One, based on the previous council direction, staff has already begun the process of implementing the dividers on the benches within the T-zone. That was something that was brought up previously and could be done under the city manager authority with existing budget. So Public Works has started that process. We've received some positive feedback thus far from that. So that's moving forward. And obviously, as you walk down Del Mar in the T-zone, you'll notice them as well. Number two, the city issued an FRA press release, Federal Rail Administration, last week, just to update the community. The Federal Rail Administration has deemed that our docket, our packet, if you will, for the waiver of the pause is required to go through a public comment period, a 30-day public comment period that started February 11th and will conclude March 11th. The hopes by the city is to get in front of the safety board meeting in March. And we're working with the FRA to ensure that that process stays on track, no pun intended, for that to occur at March. And so I will continue to keep the council updated and also continue to keep the public updated as we achieve those milestones. What's important to note is that the press release does include a link for the public to provide public comments via the Federal Register for that matter. So the press release that we released last week encouraged the community to participate in that public comment period if they felt to do so. And I'm looking to see if there's anything else. That's all I have at this time to update. So thank you.
Oh, excuse me, Mayor Ward. I have a question of the interim city manager.
Okay, let me ask a procedural question of the city clerk. The city manager just gave a report. Do we have any comments that we can do on that?
Can you repeat that?
Yes, do we open up for any comments during the city manager report? I think we've talked
No,
about this.
No.
Okay, so Councilmember Ferguson, is it a question? Because is it a question on what he reported on?
He's the interim city manager, so I want to talk to him. Okay, so interim city manager, there were several comments tonight on, I'm sorry, you're talking over me again. What do you want?
I am, because I'm trying to run the meeting. Can you, if it's something that you want to make a comment on, can you wait until council member comments when it is your turn?
Oh, no, because this is something I want to ask the interim city manager.
What is it regarding though? Is it regarding what is talked about just now?
Are you going to stifle my free speech tonight again?
I'm going to ask you to do it during council member comment.
No, I'm going to, it's an interim city manager report, and I want to ask him something about numerous people tonight have commented about the increase in coyotes taking their animals.
Okay,
and we
so
already have a wildlife management program in place, and I'm just asking him to help promote that.
Okay, can you do that during council comments, please? That's all I'm asking. Just do it during your council comments. Not the city manager report. That's all I'm doing. Madam Clerk, the next agenda item.
The next agenda item is city attorney.
Mayor and Council, I don't have anything else to report tonight. Thank you.
Okay, the first item under council members is policy and procedure 1201-11. That's the city council meetings and operating procedures.
This, Madam Mayor, point of order, before we get into the items that were requested for council discussion, I have a matter to report on council matters. I just wanted on item D, and I just wanted to report that the South County water agencies, all 10 of them, had an interview process for recommended member to the Metropolitan Water District, and we selected a gentleman named Dennis Erdman, who's a current director of the South Coast Water District, to MODOC to be appointed to the Met Board. So I just wanted to report that out.
That is an accomplishment, I believe. A great
it was a long process with 10 agencies. We had a 5-to-5 split, a 4-5-1, and multiple rounds of discussions, and we finally selected a candidate. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. That's great news.
Mayor Ward, should I make my comments now before we get into the two agendized items, or should I wait?
No, go ahead, since we're going that direction.
Okay. The first is, and I'm hoping for a second and a third, some other cities, including Huntington Beach, have passed ordinances capping the fees that our local restaurants have to pay to third-party delivery services, and also ensuring that all tips go directly to the drivers, that the third-party delivery services, it's actually interesting, we're talking about this, we were talking about Lyft, but that all the tips go to the drivers. I wanted to see if I could get support for having the city staff look into such an ordinance here in San Clemente by looking at other cities like Huntington Beach and just reviewing their ordinances and seeing if we can make sure that that there's a limit on what our businesses pay the services that deliver food, because I think it's going to continue beyond COVID, and it seems like a good way to ensure that our businesses are getting as much as they can from the food that's ordered and delivered through DoorDash and these other services.
I'll second that.
Okay.
Sorry, Gene, go ahead.
Okay, so
go ahead, Steve. Go ahead, please.
I was just going to say, I'll second the motion for discussion. But I don't know a lot about that issue, so I need to, rather than draft an ordinance or have staff put an ordinance together, I'd like to be able to discuss and just educate myself on what that is. So you were looking for a third vote, so I didn't know if you wanted to have staff actually do the ordinance, but I clearly want to learn more about it.
I was thinking more of a report, just reviewing the other ordinances, not necessarily drafting one for us, but just looking at what they are and the purpose behind them and, you know, sort of what types of limits they put. Rather than, I think it's not time to draft the ordinance itself, just doing the research and presenting that to us.
Okay, that's fine. I'll second your motion.
Mayor Pro Tem, do you have a comment?
I'm trying to understand. You filled me in a little bit when you said DoorDash. I thought you were talking about purveyors delivering to restaurants, but you're talking about delivery services to consumers. And
Yes.
And does the consumer pay for that, or does the restaurant pay for that service?
My understanding is that the third-party delivery service is sort of in charge of how much they take out of the overall amount that the customer, well, the third-party service, it not only gets the payment from the customer, but also determines what the restaurant pays in order for that service to be done. And these ordinances, I understand it, sort of just put a cap on that so that the restaurant isn't out at some exorbitant amount on a given delivery. But I think I would want more information as well. I mean, I'm just sort of learning about these. I think that there are more of them out there, and it sounds like a good way to protect our local businesses. Maybe not, but I wouldn't mind some staff information on that.
Yeah.
Okay, so I would add with that staff report, because it sounds like we've got more than two for this. I would be for staff report that they need to look at whether we have any place in this, or if we need to put any ordinance in place to even comment on this. Because Chris, I'll tell you, I was in restaurants before COVID and they were turning down the services. When someone would come in and try to place an order, they would say, no, we're not doing that. The customer has to order. So I think I'd like to hear about that in a staff report, how this all works, because I wasn't aware that businesses were being set how much they had to pay. So I'd be interested in hearing that. And then maybe we could get some comments. If we get it in a staff report, we'll get some comments from our restaurants. So I'd like to hear more too.
Mayor, if I just can have a point of clarification. And so just to be consistent with our policy, we have two that can have it brought back for discussion. But in this particular case, there's direction to staff, and I believe there's a majority consensus, but I think it would be prudent, and I'll defer to Scott, that a vote is taken to direct the staff to prepare an agenda report to bring back those items that Councilmember Duncan had, which if I may, just to manage expectations, Councilmember Duncan, would it be agreeable to you that we come back in 30 days with a report so we have some time to do some review?
Yeah, I think so. Again, I would direct you to Huntington Beach for one, because I know I've heard about that. And obviously, if you got information sooner, I'd ask that you come before the 30 days, but 30 days seems appropriate. There's a lot here. So, and just to clarify, so it's the caps on the amounts charged to the restaurant, and also that all tips go directly to the drivers, and that the third-party delivery services don't take some of the tips that customers are meaning to go to the drivers.
Okay.
So it's really clarification of what they're able to charge, so that our residents know what they're paying for and the restaurants know what they're going to get.
That's part of it. Yeah.
Okay. It is an issue. You know, it's something that I think is going to come back more and more, but I'm glad we're looking into it. So Mayor, Councilmember Noblock, will you still second that motion? Okay. So there's a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, can you take a roll call vote?
Yes, Councilmember Duncan,
Aye.
Councilmember Ferguson,
Aye.
Councilmember Noblock,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem James,
Aye.
and Mayor Ward.
Aye.
Carries 5-0.
And one more point, Mayor Ward, if I may, and I want to move things along, but I do want to report. I've heard from Congressman Levin's office that he was able to help spearhead provision in the House bill dealing with COVID relief that aims to get money directly to local cities like ours. And they've targeted approximately $8 million to go to San Clemente in that bill. So that's very good news. I do want to add the caveat that it still has to pass the Senate and I'd be signed into law by the president, but it's a good first step to potentially get some relief coming directly to local cities like San Clemente. In our case, hopefully $8 million or thereabouts. So I just wanted to report that sort of good news.
That's great. So if you talk to Congressman Levin, thank him for us on that. And we hope to see Senate approval of more aid to our city. So Councilmember Duncan, does that conclude?
Yes.
Okay. So council, can we consider D1 under council items? Okay. So Councilmember Ferguson, I believe you asked for this to come back to council.
Yeah, Mayor Ward, I did. And I want to just ask in advance that you don't interrupt me anymore. And because I'm going to have two more council comments after this one, please.
Okay.
So, okay. So moving on, this is policy and procedure 1201-11. And we have a new council. And just like the old council, and we brought back the policy because there's some things that, need clarification or review. And I've seen some things happen that are not in our policy. Not that I object to them, but they need to be in a policy. We can't make things up as we go. Case in point, just a minute ago, I know that on this wonderful item that Council Member Duncan had proposed, you would ask for 3 votes to have a staff report. And interim city manager concurred with you that you have 3 votes. That's not in the policy. And I know you've done it a couple of times since you've been mayor, but we need to put that in the policy. I'm supportive of doing that. I actually will propose doing that. That's wonderful, but it needs to be in here. So that's the first one. And then secondly, there's that one item regarding the mayor and city manager in a conference shall decide the items on the agenda with the exception of those items that are proposed by a council member that receives support to come back. So 2. That has been something that has been a cloudy paragraph, at least when I was mayor pro tem and then acting mayor last year. So I want us to take a look at that language. Thirdly, I'm just going to go through these and then we can discuss them if you'd like. Placement of council suggested items that receive that support to come back to a meeting. They need to be under new business because we're going to be acting on them and voting on them. They don't come back under council reports. And that all changed starting in around January of this year. So it's always been under new business and it isn't. So we're taking votes under council reports when it's new business because there are new items that are proposed. A council member supports it and they come back. And I did mention it the first time I noticed that earlier this year to Mr. Sun, but I didn't see any change in that. So that was ignored. And then fourth, the staff participation in council meetings isn't to deliberate, to remain neutral and answer questions of staff. So not to be deliberating along with other council members. There's 5 council members and that's it. And I wanted to point that out because I received a lot of complaints about the last meeting regarding the 24 carats item that came back. And staff deliberating with council and actually advocating. That was the appearance, the public input was that I had heard from many people that there was an advocacy going on rather than remaining neutral and just answering council questions. And the applicant, 10 minutes, applicants get 10 minutes and the vendor, concessionaire was an applicant and also participated in deliberations and advocated on her own behalf beyond the 10-minute mark. So that's one of them. And the last item I wanted to talk about for inclusion in the, so some are clarifying, some are new, is the closed session. I just wanted to propose again that we have closed session minutes, closed session action minutes on votes and so forth. And
That came up again in my mind when talking with the city attorney over the last week and a half about when the standstill agreement was expiring for the hospital that's been shuttered for 5 years. So trying to remember back what happened with that a year ago, and action minutes would have been ideal. Again, confidential, but action minutes, no recording. So that's what I have, and that's why I brought this back, because those are kind of my notes I've been keeping regarding this policy of late. So there you go.
So Councilmember Ferguson, where is it in the policy that you think is deficient for the majority council?
Yes, that would be
opine on whether there should be a staff report. What section is it?
It isn't in there, but I'd like to add it because you do it. And I think it's actually a very good idea. But if we're going to do that, to create a staff report to have a majority, then let's include it in our policy is my point.
So I think you pointed out in a prior council meeting that where it is not. So that's why I'm asking you where it.
Yeah, I held up the policy because I was asking you, where is it? It's not in there. Let's add it. So that's why I brought this back.
So let me clarify. All of the councils that I have been a part of since 2014 have done this where it has to be a majority to get a staff report. And I believe it was changed last year just to get 2 people to bring to agendize an item. It used to be 3. So when we changed it, I believe all you changed was 2 people to get something just agendized under council comments, and we didn't change the other part. So I'm for adding clarification, if you need it in there, that it takes 3 people, a majority to bring in and actually do a staff report. I would ask either the city attorney or interim city manager about where that should go, under new items or under just an agendized item. I haven't heard that before.
If I could speak up, I think that that idea would be added to section 4.5.4. I think it would be best to have us bring back actual text that you can look at. But I think I understand, and Joanne understands too, that clarification would go right there, where it talks about 2 members bringing it forward. It would just go on to say that 3 votes are required to bring back staff analysis.
Okay, so I think that's good. We get text on that so that the policy comes back to us. I think council would agree on that. But still, where should it go if council does want to agendize something? Are you going to opine then when you bring the staff report back, whether it's in new business, or where should it go on the agenda? Because that comment was made tonight.
I don't have any position on that, and Joanne may. When you bring it back, it's always noticed no matter where it is, so that you can act on it. So it may be better positioned, as Councilmember Ferguson suggested, but when you ask it to be brought back, when it's noticed as these items are tonight, they're ready for action. You can act on them because the public, especially if they read the staff report, know what it's about and what's contemplated. But in the interest of more clarity or how you organize or get to things, the council might want to specify that, as Councilmember Ferguson has suggested.
Okay, so will you look at that when you bring this back, whether it should go in something better? I always think of it as it's in the area where it needs to be, if it needs a public hearing, anything like that. So look at that and tell us where it should go and why it needs to go or you need the options. The number 3 that she mentioned was.
Oh, excuse me, Mayor Ward, before we go on, I want to ask you, Mayor Ward, why did it change? Why did the items that are proposed by council, I didn't want to move on until I asked you a question, because now you build the agenda with the interim city manager. Why did the positioning of the items proposed by a council member and supported by another, why did it change this year? Because this is my 3rd year and it's never been done that way.
I don't know that it did change. I'm telling you, since 2014, I don't know if it did. So if you're pointing that out, you can tell us that when the staff report comes back, but I don't know that it did change.
Yes.
I know
okay, it
when
did.
somebody agendizes something and a multiple of the council wants it, I see it on the agenda. I don't know whether it's under new business, it's a public hearing. I have no idea.
Okay,
So
well, I don't want to argue with you, but I look back at agendas and it did change. So I'm making the fact right now. So, but we don't have to argue about it.
Let's find that out when the staff report comes back, because I don't know if that's true. So I
But
asked you.
it is that. Okay.
We'll find
All right.
out.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Well,
So
I'm telling you the fact.
number 3 was council suggestions. Help me, Laura, on this. Items to come back to meeting. Okay, that was the new business, was number 3. That's what I have.
Number
Yeah.
2 was the city manager and the mayor agreeing to.
I think that was number
4.5.1, page 7 is the mayor and city manager in conference shall be responsible for determining items on the agenda. There was a little bit of confusion on that last year, and we need to make it clear. It seems clear to me, but it wasn't to the rest of the council on items coming to the agenda. And the purpose for that was I actually added that when I joined council and this policy came to us. It's sometime in between the last meeting in which council members advise something to be on an agenda, get support from one. There's a lapse right before a next meeting of 2 weeks. And sometimes something might come up, maybe a new bill that is authored and we need to get behind it because it's going to be heard in the Senate, right? And the mayor should be able to say to the interim city manager, and that was the point of that is, they can, one of the points is that they can get that on the agenda so we don't miss the opportunity to advocate for legislation that impacts our community. That's an example.
If staff,
So-
if there is a letter that comes to the attention of staff and it's before the agenda is gone out, any one council member can bring that up to them. And if they think it's time sensitive, the city manager can decide to agendize that.
Oh,
But
yep,
what
that was
I
just
did
an
say-
example, Mayor Ward. That's just an
I
example.
know, I got it, but it's something that can be done. And it's also something that can be done if it's time sensitive, that some council member brings it up and agendizes it as needing immediate action.
Well, right. So please tell me if I may hear from you, how do you think that section reads on the mayor and the city manager building the agenda? How do you think that reads now then?
I think it doesn't read that the city mayor has any more power to set the agenda than any other council member. So that needs to be clarified. If you think that that allows the mayor to put on anything that is not ruled on by the council. So
that's how it reads.
I don't remember Mayor Bain doing it. I only remember it being an issue when you were the mayor.
Right.
When I was the mayor, I never agendized anything that did not come before the council.
Right.
I know the mayor has also done it. So
Sure,
I'm looking for that being modified.
Okay. All right. But if I may, the reason I brought that up is that a staff member, the city manager, shouldn't be the only one building an agenda for the city council's meeting.
That's how it has been since I have been a city council member in 2014.
Well, right, but I added this, so it did change. We had new council and we had 3 votes to add this. You voted no, I remember, but we did add this. So anyway, so that's one for us to talk about.
So let's get that clarified because I don't see any other, is there a council member that wants the mayor to have more power and be able to agendize something? I would tell you that it has not been done since I've been a council member.
Yeah, I personally have no problem with the mayor agendizing something. The mayor is selected as a chairman and leader of the council. And if there's something that needs to be agendized, I don't particularly have a problem with that.
Well, I don't think there needs to be a staff, an actual policy for that. I think Mayor Bain didn't intend it to be that. I remember the argument, and I remember that I think only Mayor Pro Tem Ferguson wanted this in there. So I think the rest of the council didn't really care, and Mayor Bain never exercised it, never intended to. So I think it needs to be
Bain's not the mayor, and that council doesn't exist anymore. Our council needs to make those
And I
decisions.
had 3
So-
votes to add it. So I did have majority to add it, Mayor Ward. So you're wrong. It wasn't just me, it was 3. So I just want to get the facts out there. That's all.
Can I ask a procedural question, Madam Mayor? The items that Laura's bringing up, is staff going to be reporting back on each of these, or are we deciding on them
No, I'm asking if council wants this particular item to come back. The other ones, Laura agreed to, and no one else commented on. So on this one about the mayor, I'm asking if any council member wants that to come back, that we discuss that. I think it needs to be clarified that the mayor does not set the agenda. It's up to the city manager to do. The mayor.
I gotta say, I strongly disagree with your comment. It's up to the city manager to do. The city manager, as our appointed agent to manage the affairs of the city, can have input on what he absolutely needs our approval on. That I have no problem with. But I think the mayor, as the policy leader, should have maximum authority to agendize what needs to be agendized. I think there's a mechanism in place, and I don't disagree with it, to not, to at least allow two of us to want to discuss something, so that if someone's got a crazy idea, it's like, my gosh, we don't need to be bothered with that. But I think if there's an item that comes up that's important, I have no problem with the mayor saying, I've agendized this in consultation with the city manager. That doesn't mean the city manager gets to veto the mayor's decision, but you may not have a mayor put anything on without two council members, but I personally have no objection to the mayor having the power to put something on the agenda.
Okay, so I'm hearing from two council members. I believe, Laura, you've always said that the mayor should be doing this, and I'm asking the rest of the council because I don't agree with it. I think we've had set policies of how this is done, and the mayor does not have any other power. We'd have to change more than one policy for that to happen. And that's not how our government is set up.
Well, Kathy, with all due respect, the mayor does have additional authority. You've exercised it a number of times tonight.
Only in parliamentary.
Well, parliamentary goes beyond it. It's still decision making. So again, I've stated my opinion, and I'm just one.
And if I may, Mayor Ward, make one comment that I forgot for the public. It'd be good for the public to know. Regardless of what's placed on the agenda, the body, the five of us, have to vote on it anyway. So just because the mayor places something on the agenda doesn't make it policy.
This meeting is going to midnight.
My goodness, you don't let me speak, and I've asked you so many times tonight. I'm just really appalled that you just keep talking over me. It's really rude, and it's actually against policy and law.
All right. So Mayor Pro Tem Jean.
That was it. Oh, wait. No, I'm sorry. I had one more. Closed session minutes was also something I wanted to.
I'm not even to that yet. I can't even get through where we're at. So I'm asking you, as the parliamentarian, I'm trying to get the discussion going. Please follow it. Mayor Pro Tem James, do you see any reason to change all of our policies that the mayor is going to start setting agenda items?
It's midnight.
Yes.
And I would highly recommend that we defer this to the next meeting and discuss it then.
All right. So there's a motion to that. Councilmember Duncan, do you agree to that?
Yes, I mean, I think it is worthy of more discussion. I don't at this point support any council member having the ability to unilaterally agendize something, but I'm willing to hear more about it. And it is late. So I agree with Mayor Pro Tem James.
That. So what I would ask the city council to please do is talk to the city manager about this, or the city attorney if you have questions on policy, so that you can bring that to the next discussion. So that item is
on that motion.
Direction. So do we need a motion, Madam Clerk?
On the motion, could I suggest a friendly amendment? Could we, because the next item that comes up also deals with sort of our protocol on the lockbox and how we handle that confidential documents. What I'd recommend is that my item be combined with the present items, and that we discuss those in a special meeting to take place. I'd recommend on Monday, March 1, have a special meeting to address leadership, city council leadership issues, and these protocol items.
You know, we have a lot to do. I'm not going to.
I just suggested that the motion be amended.
So I'm asking,
Special meeting.
is anyone else, we don't need a motion on this one. It's just council direction.
No,
And
the mayor, the council member, Mayor Pro Tem, made a motion. I was asking if it would be a friendly amendment to that motion to have this issue and leadership issues discussed at a special meeting.
okay, so that's a separate motion, because what I'm saying
No, it's
is
not a motion. I was just speaking to the maker of the motion to see if it's a friendly amendment.
okay, and let me just say again, we don't need a motion on these two items. They are council discretion only. And they were put on the agenda by you, or yes, and by Councilmember Ferguson to get comments on. So if we're not going to do it, we just need to say that. We don't need a motion.
Point of order. These are items. They need to be acted on to be deferred. They are. That's my point. They're business. They're council business. And we're violating the policy by not doing that. Okay.
Madam Clerk, or Scott, can you please opine on this? Because I have staff recommendation. It says council direction. These were put on by 2 members of the city council. They're not in a staff report. And I'm just trying to get clarity. I think that we just need to say we're not going to do it and put it on the next one. These are not agendized items except for council discussion.
You can do that. Mayor and council, what I'd suggest, I know it's late, the procedural motion always has precedence over anything else you're doing. So you have a procedural motion to continue these items to your next meeting. That was made by Mayor Pro Tem James, seconded by Councilmember Duncan. So you're going to need to vote on those. Councilmember Noblock has raised a substitute procedural motion. It could be part of Mayor Pro Tem's motion, or considered, or you can wait and get a second on the Noblock motion and then take those 2 procedural motions in reverse order. That's what I would recommend you do.
Okay, thank you.
So you'd start first to see if Councilmember Noblock has a second. His was to
No, actually, as a point of order, I was asking Mayor Pro Tem James as a friendly amendment. I didn't make a motion. And I haven't heard from the maker of the motion whether he's accepting that friendly amendment.
I'm accepting that.
So let's let's restate what that motion is. Councilmember Noblock, can you restate that?
Mayor Pro Tem's motion was to because of the hour, postpone the 5 items that Laura mentioned for completion of discussion and vote to the next meeting, which would be a special meeting of March 1. That would include Laura's items and the item that I had recommended for discussion as well. Item 11D2.
And with leadership.
And that would be for the consideration of Laura's items, my items, and the motion would include also a discussion of council leadership issues and protocol.
Can I make an amendment to your amendment? If you want to bring up, if you want to discuss leadership, let's bring, I think part of that would also meeting protocols, meeting etiquette, whatever, let's just leave it at protocols.
Okay.
So I think you need to tell the council what you're agendizing though. How is staff going to know what the meeting's about?
Well, the meeting is going to be about Laura's items, my item, 11D2, and leadership, city council leadership decisions and protocol.
Okay, so it's just an open discussion. And you're asking to make this in a special meeting?
Yes. I think there's enough material here that it's late and it's outside of our normal regular business. I think it deserves some special attention, and I think a special meeting is a good mechanism.
And I think Mayor Ward, I think it goes back to not only these items here, but it goes back to the beginning of our meeting this evening. And I think we really have to talk about it.
Okay, so that discussion will be at that meeting and not at this meeting then? Not
Yes.
at the end of this meeting. Okay. Thank you for that clarity. So that motion is by Mayor Pro Tem James. The friendly amendment, you're making that?
He's accepting the friendly amendment.
Okay.
I'm accepting it.
So is there a second?
Did
Okay,
the second not, I'm looking to see the second of if the friendly amendment's acceptable to the second. If it's not, I'll second the motion.
So Scott, the maker of a friendly amendment can make a second?
Yeah, he could.
Okay,
James revises.
making sure. Madam Clerk, can you take the roll call vote?
Yes. Councilmember Duncan,
I'm not sure I agree with the whole special meeting thing, but I'll say aye to move things along.
okay. Councilmember Ferguson,
Aye.
Councilmember Noblock,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem James,
Aye.
and Mayor Ward.
Aye.
That carries 5-0.
Okay, so council, I will remind you that we have a special meeting already planned for February 28th. So then we'll have a special meeting again on March 1st.
Excuse me, Mayor Ward, if I may, it was February 27th is the
Oh,
special
thank
meeting
you.
we have planned. That's
Thank you.
fine.
I have it written down. That was my memory. Thank you very much. So the 20th.
Sure. And I just had a couple more items,
Sure.
if council's okay with it.
These are under council comments.
Yes, the one I tried to mention earlier was because of all the speakers about their animals being taken by coyotes. When I was the vice chair on animal shelters, not too long ago, we had the California Department of Wildlife, Fish and Wildlife come on and coordinate with our general manager there and the board on the coyote wildlife program, the education outreach program. So I'm just hoping that interim city manager, if council supports it, could help publicize that better on the website and also in our quarterly city magazine and any other way, because it really is educational. The coyotes are out there, it's their territory, and we just need to be, a little bit more educated on how to handle pet food and the pets and what times of the days, etc. And we can go a long way with helping people save their pets. And then the last one was, I've been corresponding with the city attorney on the upcoming expiration of the standstill agreement on the hospital. And just in the spirit of transparency for the public, I just wanted to agendize an item to let them know that mid-March, the agreement expires, and then what is triggered is a cost-sharing agreement for security and landscaping at the shuttered hospital that's been closed for 5 years. It'll be $15,000 a month, so $180,000 a year. I'm not aware of it being budgeted, but I just wanted to agendize it so we can talk to each other as a council in front of the public, so they know where we want to go with that and any options we want to discuss that may be able to avoid that $15,000 a month, including changing a zoning, etc. So for discussion. So do I have any support to bring that back so the public knows what's happening with that?
I support that and also the coyote education.
Oh, wonderful. Thank you, Councilmember Duncan. That's all I have.
Okay, so Attorney Scott Smith, do we need to talk about that in closed session prior to the open session?
We can do that, Mayor and Council. The information that Councilmember Ferguson represented is all a matter of public record, so we can cover any confidential part, but I anticipate that what she's mentioned is all a matter of public knowledge anyway, so that won't be a problem.
Okay, so it's just an update.
Just how those deadlines work,
Right.
memorialized in the original settlement agreement and the amendment that was approved last year with the COVID testing idea.
All right.
And Mayor
Thank you.
Ward, if I
Yes.
could suggest also that item 12A, we defer that into our March 2nd meeting and go directly to adjournment. Steve, can't hear you.
Yeah, I'm just trying to,
That meeting was March 1, Monday, March 1.
No, the regular meeting would be March 2nd.
Oh, the regular. Okay, gotcha.
yeah. So you're trying to, you want to defer 12A also. So you want to stop all, even though we made the motion to continue, we're going to stop all business. That's your motion.
It's after midnight.
Okay. This is why we don't go past 11. So staff, is there any staff here that would have any issue if we didn't read the second reading of our ordinance?
No,
Because-
Mayor, it would just delay the implementation, but this is purely a second reading on cleanup of the municipal code as it relates to e-bikes. So it's just definitional changes, so not
Okay.
substantive changes.
Okay. All right. So if council does have anything further, I need to adjourn to that special meeting of February 27th. No? Okay. So I move that we adjourn to an adjourned regular meeting to be held on February 27th at the Community Center Auditorium located 100 North Seville. We're also continuing item A, closed session item A, to that meeting, where we will conduct city manager recruitment interviews. And I think that's all I need to say. Is that correct, Scott?
That's right, Mayor. That's
I'm sorry, the time, what time will that be?
Oh, yes, thank you. At 11 o'clock a.m. Thank you, Madam Clerk. And I think that's all I need to say for this interim special meeting.
Second.
Okay, motion by Mayor Ward, second by Mayor Pro Tem James.
Councilmember Duncan,
Aye.
Councilmember Ferguson,
Aye.
Councilmember Noblock,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem James,
Aye.
and Mayor Ward.
Aye.
Carries 5-0.
Thank you. So that includes our meeting.
All right.